honorable members, when the House suspended, we were debating the Ombudsman bill. I presume you are ready to start. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahamas. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm tabling the review and recommendations on the updated Ombudsman bill prepared by the Organization for Responsible Governance. I had made mention of it and referred to it in my contribution.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the documents be brought up. Order that the documents to lie on the table. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahamas and Bimini. Oh, my apologies. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I'll be brief on this. During the debate by the honorable member for St. Anne's, he referenced the second individual who on Sunday. And this is not an aspersion against him, but during the break, I spoke to that individual who is now at home resting. He was discharged on Monday. So, this is to Miss Morley on the death of Eric Jr., but the second individual who will remain nameless I spoke to him and is resting at home.
Thank you, honorable member. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahamas and Bimini.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker and members of this honorable House, good afternoon. It is with great pride that I rise in this honorable place to represent the people of West Grand Bahamas and Bimini to make my contribution to the Ombudsman Bill 2023. But before I make my contribution, Deputy Speaker, the issue of crime has once again a discussion in the Bahamas. The member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador would have laid on the table this morning the Davis administration 5 pillars approach to solving the root cause of crime, which we all agree, once all of these pillars are working cohesively, we shall see a reduction in crime. But if I point you to pillar number 2, policing, the second point, Deputy Speaker, it says implementing a clear, whole, and build strategy, adopting a phased approach to moving gangs out of our neighborhoods. But at that point there, Deputy Speaker, the question I ask of the Bahamian people, are you ready to assist the police in removing gangs from your communities? If we take the approach that we are tired of crime, and you take street by street, neighbor, family, we no longer will tolerate crime, I believe we will be more effective in the reduction of crimes, and more in particular, murder and gun violence. So, Deputy Speaker, I do not take this honor lightly. I fully understand and accept my duty as an elected servant of the people tasked with the responsibility to do all I can to ensure that the needs of West Grand Bahamas and Bimini are served. For this reason, Speaker, I stand in full support of the proposed Ombudsman Bill 2023, which is the fulfillment of a promise made to the Bahamian people by this Davis-Cooper-led administration and a component of one of the 4 pillars of our National Development Plan, which includes the economy, the environment, social policy, and good governance. In our blueprint for change, we are committed to good governance with integrity and accountability by providing governance that prioritizes Bahamians. We outline our intention to several pieces of legislation that will significantly progress the government of the Bahamas towards a more transparent and accountable structure, allowing the voices of the people to be heard. Deputy Speaker, The Ombudsman Bill 2020 makes provision for an ombudsman's office to receive and resolve complaints from the public against government offices, agencies, and state-owned enterprises by giving the ombudsman the power to inquire into and investigate any administrative action by an authority to determine whether there's evidence of maladministration or a breach of a person's fundamental right or freedoms. So, what does this mean to the Bahamian public? This means that for the first time in the history of the Bahamas, the government will provide the public with a platform and an advocate whose sole responsibility is to resolve matters where persons have experienced poor service or inappropriate conduct when dealing with governmental agencies. Deputy Speaker, this bill is monumental. A person shall be eligible for appointment as ombudsman if qualified as a justice of the Supreme Court and meets the following criteria as outlined in Section 5, subsection 2 of the bill, in paragraph A through D. The qualifications of a justice of the Supreme Court are provided for in the Supreme Court Act 1996, Section 4. Most notably, if such person is a consul and attorney who is a member of the Bar of the Bahamas and has practiced as such for a period of not less than 10 years. Criteria outlined in Section 5, subsection 2 are, paragraph A, has knowledge of the Constitution and principles of international human rights law. B, has experience in advocacy or adjudication of matters involving human rights. C, has knowledge and experience in public governance and administration. And D, is a person of integrity and good character. Deputy Speaker, one of the key qualifications, if not the key qualification of the ombudsman, is the fact that he or she is a consul and attorney. This is very important as this person has the legal knowledge and experience to carry out the functions of this office competently. In making a complaint to the ombudsman, the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas can be assured that the ombudsman has the capacity to inquire into and investigate any action by an authority for the purpose of deciding whether there's evidence of maladministration or a breach of fundamental rights and freedom pursuant to Section 7, subsection 1.8. Deputy Speaker, this bill will give the people of West Grand Bahama and Bimini and citizens throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas a platform for voices to be heard and the power to hold persons in authority accountable. The New Day administration acknowledges that growth and sustained economic development in the country cannot be achieved without governmental reform. Deputy Speaker, litigation can be costly, thus preventing ordinary citizens from accessing the judicial courts. If there is evidence of maladministration on the part of the authority, the ombudsman may recommend to the authority that the act of maladministration be referred to an appropriate authority or the court for further considerations or redress in the circumstances, amongst other things as outlined in 17, subsection 2, paragraph B, which says an omission or a delay be rectified, a decision or recommendation of an authority be canceled or altered, reasons given for maladministration by the authority, E, a practice, procedure, or course of conduct be altered, F, an enactment be reviewed, or G, any other steps being taken. This, Deputy Speaker, will take a lot of pressure off of the Office of the Attorney General. I, too, was a litigant practicing in the Office of the Attorney General, and the Office of the Ombudsman, once utilized, will relieve a lot of the matters that find its way to litigation before the courts, before the Supreme Courts. So, Deputy Speaker, the attorneys in the office will somewhat be happy to note that their workload may be reduced. Further, Deputy Speaker, where the Ombudsman is of the opinion there is evidence of the complainant's fundamental rights and freedoms on the part of the authority, the Ombudsman shall, within 90 days of his conclusion, prepare and deliver a report of decisions in writing to the authority and the complainant, and shall include in the report such legal advice as he considers necessary pursuant to Section 20. The objective of this act is to ensure the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms and international human rights as the foundation of a fair and just society. This bill recognizes the Supreme Court's sole jurisdiction to protect fundamental rights through adjudication. However, it simultaneously recognizes the supporting role of the Office of the Ombudsman is intended to play in the protection of human rights by ensuring everyday citizens who suspect that their rights have been infringed have a cost-effective and informal way of first determining if this is the case before being advised by the Ombudsman to seek redress before the Supreme Court. Deputy Speaker, this bill allows the residents of West Grand Bahama and Bimini who may not understand or have the knowledge and or the money to instruct a lawyer to seek redress without first having to go to the Supreme Court, knowing that their matter would be handled effectively, efficiently, and with professionalism. Deputy Speaker, we are an administration committed to building a Bahamas that empowers Bahamians. The Ombudsman Bill 2023 demonstrates our desire to create an environment that is equitable and inclusive for Bahamians and a nation that is vibrant and more resilient, where our highest priority is ensuring that the needs of our people are being served. Deputy Speaker, with the passing of this bill, I foresee positive improvements to the public service on the horizon, which I am certain pleases the honorable member for Golden Gates. Bill 2023 will foster a new environment and improve the relationship between the public and government agencies. An environment that impedes corruption but facilitates accountability, improves communication, and gives the residents throughout the Bahamas a better customer experience. Deputy Speaker and honorable colleagues, the people of West Grand Bahama wholeheartedly support the Ombudsman Bill 2023 and the vision of the Davis-Cooper-led administration to advance the Bahamas and empower the Bahamian people. Thank you.
Thank you. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to stand in this place as the advocate, as a servant of the people of the great constituency, special people of East Grand Bahama. I want to very quickly, Mr. Deputy, also offer my condolences to the family of Clarence Poitier, who lived in East Grand Bahama, Fritz Thompson, also Jim White, and also Andre Wilmer. All of them made significant contributions to not just East Grand Bahama, but also to the island of Grand Bahama. And our thoughts and our prayers are with their families. Mr. Deputy, there are defining moments in a country's history. Many times these moments are positive and inspirational. Some moments, though, they cause the nation to pause. Today, the Bahamas is facing an unprecedented crime crisis. 17 murders and even more shootings in the first 24 days of this country can be described the way. Mr. Deputy, every Bahamian has a right to live free from the fear of crime and violence. I believe that in these past few days, the fear of crime has hit an all-time high. And yes, the Ombudsman bill is important, and I will speak to it. However, it is my belief that the government actions need the same level, or need to meet the same level as their rhetoric. For this crisis, we need all hands on deck. Yes, you may be able to skip, walk, and chew gum at the same time. But Bahamians on our street are literally running for their lives in this crisis. I want to say, though, Mr. Deputy, that I commend the police, I commend the Defense Force, I commend all law enforcement officers, I commend the prosecutors, teachers, pastors, all community leaders who are fighting the good fight in this crisis. They are all working extremely hard. But you know, Mr. Deputy, it is amazing that once you are elected to office, sometimes as though you have all the answers. But when you leave office, you don't have any answers. None are true. I do not accept the stance that Freetown has taken. All is not well. Nope. I challenge all of us, to do even more.
I recognize the honorable member for Freetown.
Deputy Speaker, Freetown never suggested that all is well.
Okay.
Freetown suggested that there's a problem that we need to not only talk about, but act. Freetown challenged the other side, just like churches and civic groups are coming up with programs, and the government is coming up with programs, that they can do so. Freetown made it quite clear that this government doesn't think that it's the only one that should be addressing this problem. Freetown looks forward to the first intervention program that will be advanced by the other side.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. On another occasion, I'll engage you in terms of the intervention program that the Free National Movement has done. I'll let you know all the programs that we've done. But Mr. Deputy, the FNM has made detailed recommendations that the leader articulated this morning. They were short-term actions and medium-term actions. We still need a greater police presence in hotspot areas. They are working in those areas, but we still need a greater presence in those areas. We still need a gun amnesty to seek to remove guns, more guns off our streets. We still need more action in our justice system to bring trials on and to tackle the bail issue. We still need even more government-led and coordinated positive organized activities in our communities, parks, street corners, churches, schools. We need even more of these kinds of activities on our streets. We need even more CCTV coverage on hotspot areas. more economic for young people that includes training, youth programs, youth apprenticeship programs. Yes, we have them, but we need even more of them. We need even more personal development and conflict resolution. This should be, if it is not already done so, it should be mandatory in all of our high schools. We need even more counseling for families who are victims of crime. On the matter of retaliation, we need to continue to address the matter of retaliation. We need to bring even more focus and empowerment and more expansion on neighborhood watch groups. But Mr. Deputy, I want to speak a little bit about the Ombudsman bill. I first learned of this concept when I was in law school, taking the constitutional administrative law. And this concept about a ombudsman was first introduced to myself. Someone who hears complaints on behalf of the people, particularly against the government. The purpose of our bill is to investigate any administrative action of an authority for the purpose of deciding whether there is evidence of maladministration. And maladministration is specifically defined in the bill. A, as unreasonable delay in dealing with the subject matter of an investigation. B, abuse of any power, including any discretionary power. Or C, an administrative action that was contrary to law, unfair, oppressive, or improperly discriminatory, or based on procedures that are unfair, oppressive, or improperly discriminatory. Or 3, based wholly or partly on a mistake of law or fact or irrelevant grounds related to the application of arbitrary or unreasonable procedures. Well, Mr. Deputy, there are many issues today that our country face that I believe if an ombudsman was in place would be valid complaints that could be made against this government to an ombudsman. I believe one of the first complaints that could be made is oppressive taxation. The PRP administration has now moved to suspend their rushed increase of fees on recreational and commercial boat owners. These fees are implemented without consultation, ignoring the human impact on small fishermen and on the cost of doing business, plus retail prices of marine products sold to the average Bahamian kitchen table. This is what I call homegrown, self-inflicted inflation. And Mr. Deputy, yes, of course, all Bahamians traveling internationally will have to pay an additional $2 in ticket taxes to cover the so-called tourism enhancement levy. However, it is when taken together with the rise of VAT on medication and the rise of VAT on breadbasket items, and it is also taken together with the high cost of electricity, and then taken together with the overall high inflation, that the situation becomes serious, and I believe could form a legitimate complaint to an ombudsman. We also understand from the country's financial secretary, as reported in the press, that government is planning on imposing a brand new tax on all air freight. We on this side vehemently oppose any such additional fee or tax on the Bahamian people. We also cannot forget the increase that's coming for national insurance that will come into effect come July of this year. On another question of maladministration, there is the issue of the $500 million loan that was taken out recently by Ministry of Finance. The opposition notes the government's recent release regarding the $500 million loan facility it garnered with the support of the Inter-American Development Bank. The Ministry of Finance statement on the matter, however, fails any reasonable measure of transparency or clarity. The government only has budgetary approval from Parliament to take $131 million in new net borrowing. So Parliament gave the government approval to borrow $131 million in new net borrowing. Not to roll over, but new net borrowing. We asked, what is the planned use of the $500 million loan? The government must provide specific details on the use and drawdown schedule of the loan facility. Mr. Deputy, in no universe can a democratic government commit the Bahamian people to a $500 million worth of debt without telling us what are the interest rates, what are the fees, what are the penalties, what are the terms of this loan. If the transaction is not complete or the terms are not yet known, then we claim that the transaction was finalized in the release. Their release claimed that the loan was closed. The financial secretary said that these funds cannot be used to pay rollover debt, which means you can't borrow money to pay off an old loan. You can't take on a new loan to pay an old loan. Well, this again raises even more questions, because if you only have permission of approval to borrow 131, but you borrowed 500 over 10 years, but it is not going to be used for rollover, then what is the situation with respect to loan? Mr. Deputy, there's no circumstance that I understand that you can close $500 million, $500 million in debt without telling the Bahamian people what are the terms upon you borrowing this money. Mr. Deputy, what about the central bank loan that the government has come back to change the law to legalize their illegal act? Sounds like maladministration to me.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for.
Apart from the fact that the member for East and Bahamas is making a powerful case for our lack of fear in putting in place an officer who could investigate free of charge for them all of these alleged maladministration, the position of the government and the actual word in the statute is for the avoidance of doubt. And it was explained ad nauseum. The doubt had arisen because what the government says is a fallacious interpretation of the law. And we accept that they have a different position than we do. But to suggest that it's on our part motivated to do that is actually misleading. And where they have a complaint that their view is right, I guess one would say, thank God that we are putting this gentleman in place or lady in place who can help them try to vindicate all of these. Because as I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the thing about the Ombudsman is you can make a complaint and he can tell you it has merit, or he could tell you it has no merit.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, this is a government that has claimed to engage in PPP arrangements to undertake a manner or any manner of public sector infrastructure. But not one agreement has been disclosed to the public. We have asked that the government document, table, let us know what policy they are entering into with respect to PPPs. The F&M table, their policy on PPPs. Now, it is their right to change it, but they have to tell the people what the policy is. But they have refused to provide to the public what their policy is on PPPs. These PPPs seem to be nothing more than just off-the-book loans where the vendor borrows the money at an undisclosed interest rate, and the government pays this interest rate plus more. Mr. Deputy, if there is one area of severe maladministration, it has been the way in which the PLP has been treating small and medium-sized Bahamian businesses. Bahamian businessmen and entrepreneurs from my constituency and from across the Bahamas have complained to me on a daily basis about the seemingly arbitrary rules and taxes and procedures levied on them by a government that seems to want to make it harder, not easier, to do business in the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, it is really inexplicable what we have been witnessing. We have even the Prime Minister, who himself had called publicly his own finance and revenue agencies for their unreasonable requirements and approach to small Bahamian businesses. Now, true to form, it only amounted to the typical PLP-style talk and rhetoric because the situation never improved. But even the PM, I believe, has to understand that he and his team were not making it easier for Bahamians, for Bahamian businesses in our country. Mr. Deputy, both in the formal press and on social media, the Chamber of Commerce, who is chief representative of the private sector, has publicly complained time and time again. We have seen complaint after complaint over outrageous business license renewal requirements, a brand new and confusing online business license portal that was launched at the busiest time of the year for business license renewal, and about the challenges of getting anything done and advanced in the public sector. Small business owner Pamela Burnside, she penned a letter to the editor of the Tribune that made the following observation. And I quote, she said, "It is already 3 weeks into a new year, and if you go on social media, you will see constant posts of completely frustrated business owners trying to figure out what to do since phones are not answered, email queries languish in cyberspace, and the application deadline looms. Yet with an army of public relations specialists, the government has issued not one formal statement on the issues being faced by hundreds and hundreds of Bahamian business owners who are trying to do the right thing. They are trying to pay their taxes. They are trying to apply to renew their business license. They are applying to do what the government requires them to do. But the government is not making it easy for them to do so. No statement, no apology, no timelines on when all of the outstanding matters will be resolved. Silence. As they say, mum's the word. Mr. Deputy, we had a story in the Tribune on Monday, January 22nd, where established realtors complained of up to 6-fold increase in time to close real estate transactions. Imagine the negative effects on commerce, economic activity, on the ongoing development of land transactions to take even longer. These realtors, like so many others, are pointing out that there is no doing business efforts happening under this government. It has become harder and not easier to conduct business in the Bahamas. When this Ombudsman office is established, he or she and their staff will be overwhelmed with legitimate complaints because of a government that simply ignores the law when it is inconvenient, and also that pays no attention to the improving workflow and processes that flow to benefit Bahamians who have to engage the state. Mr. Deputy, there is a troubling matter that I wish to raise in Grand Bahama. We're extremely troubled, having recently learned of the migrant bill that will no longer be selling one-way tickets or round-trip tickets originating from Grand Bahama. So for those who may not be familiar with way of travel, it is similar to the Balearia, where Bahamians are able to take a boat, and they're able to travel from Grand Bahama to West Palm Beach. And then they're also able to take that same boat back from West Palm Beach back to Grand Bahama. It takes longer than the Balearia. Balearia takes a couple of hours, but the Margaritaville travels overnight. But Bahamians were previously able to buy a ticket, leaving from Freeport, travel to West Palm, get off in West Palm, and then return from West Palm and get off in Grand Bahama. As of January, the Margaritaville has stopped selling to Bahamians leaving from Grand Bahama. But not only have they stopped selling tickets from Grand Bahama, but they also have seemingly stopped allowing Bahamians, because it's predominantly Bahamians who this will affect, but they have stopped Bahamians from purchasing a round-trip ticket if they are leaving from West Palm Beach and only using half of that ticket. I spoke to a travel agent. The travel agent told me that they were informed to inform people that if they do not travel back on that ship back to West Palm Beach, they will be blacklisted and they will not be sold another ticket. If that's fine. I mean, if you want to say that, then please, by all means, tell us what's happening with
The
it.
chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
That sounds like the event that happened with American Airlines, who, if you do not travel the whole circuit, they not only cancel your ticket, they put a greater cost on you because of the economics of it. East Grand Bahama raises the point. I'm just saying that I've read something similar done by airline companies now to force you to travel the full circuit. so that they don't travel back with an empty vessel. I don't know if that is the explanation for it. He can certainly make an inquiry. It seems to me, on the surface of it, that if the airlines have started doing it, it's only a matter of time before the other transportation providers follow.
Thank you.
So I hear the member for Freetown, and I would invite the member for Freetown to find out for us whether that's the reason, but I doubt it. I doubt it because in every instance of travel that I'm aware of, when you buy, you are able to purchase a one-way ticket. Now, it's going to be more expensive to purchase the one-way ticket, but in every instance of travel, when you are leaving Grand Bahama and you are traveling to the United States, you are able to purchase a one-way ticket going, or you are able to purchase a one-way ticket coming. What is different about this is if you are allowed to purchase a ticket from West Palm Beach, a two-way ticket, you are only allowed to purchase that from West Palm Beach, come to Freeport, and travel back to West Palm. And they will see you, if you get off, not that they will penalize you, because I think Bahamians don't have a difficulty. If you tell me I have to purchase a two-way ticket, fine, I'll buy a two-way ticket. But if you tell me that if I purchase a two-way ticket and I don't use the other side of that ticket, you will not sell me another ticket, something's wrong with that. Something's very wrong with that. And so I think I would invite, and I believe the member for Exuma is aware of it. I'm sure the member for West Grand Bahama is aware of it. I'm sure the member for Pine Ridge is aware of it. And so I would invite Margaritaville. I would invite them to look at that, because it seems to me to be discriminating against Bahamians. That's what it seems to me to be. Because at one point you could do it. At one point you could travel, you could buy a half a ticket, you could travel when you wanted to travel, come in or go in. And it was a very convenient way also, because they had packages where you can load up your goods and you could travel with your goods, use your exemption when you arrive there. And so it was a very convenient way of people traveling. But they seem to have now put a stop to Bahamians being able to travel on the Margaritaville. And nothing has been said publicly by Margaritaville about what their reasoning was for changing this. And nothing has also been said by the government as to what the government's position, because as I understand it, when we were there, and this may have changed or not, but the Margaritaville was receiving assistance with marketing support, and I'm just saying, when I was there, they were receiving assistance from the government for marketing support. I don't know whether that is continuing, but if it is continuing, then even more so, the government should be able to look at this from the Bahamians' perspective, what the situation is, why is it being done, and so on.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
While I don't vouch for knowing what the U.S. law is, it would appear that this particular company indicated that due to U.S. customs and immigration laws, they couldn't offer that fare. That would be a matter of fact as to whether that is a correct statement of the foreign or not, but certainly they have claimed that it's because of U.S. customs and immigration
I would
law.
invite you
All I
to
say,
speak to your
all I say,
colleagues
Mr. Deputy.
before you make any statements
No, I'm,
on this. That's all I'm saying.
If I may
would invite
finish,
you to
Mr.
speak
Deputy
to your
Speaker.
colleagues. That's all.
If I may, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the question of you don't know why they say they're doing it doesn't appear to be accurate. Whether you accept the explanation is a different question. but they appear to have given an explanation which can be accurate or inaccurate. But it's not accurate to say they have not given a reason. You may say you accept that it's the case that U.S. law prohibits the sale of one-way tickets, and you could be correct that they're wrong in what they say, but you cannot say that they didn't tell you why they did it.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
I leave it there, Mr. Deputy, because again, we are asking for the government's position with respect to what efforts they are making to deal with or to answer that particular question. Because again, the company could decide to do what it likes, but what is the government's position with respect to how the company is deciding on those things? So, Mr. Deputy, as I said, East Bahamas supports the bill. East Grand Bahama supports the idea that there is a person who is appointed to hear complaints by the people and free of charge. And we believe that there are any number of complaints that, once it comes into effect, will make up legitimate complaints for the Ombudsman. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? Oh. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Good afternoon, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of Southern Shores. First, I want to thank the Almighty God for allowing us to see another year. Thank God for blessings upon our beloved country. We need the presence of the Holy Spirit to permeate our country and to do a mighty work in our country, to restore our nations to harmony and also a sense of normalcy. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to encourage us who are leaders in this honorable House and those who are good citizens of this good country, that the God that we serve, he fails not, and he makes no mistakes. He understands the times and he understands the seasons. And the seasons that we are going in, he admonishes us. In Psalm 37, where the Bible tells us, fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity, for they shall soon be cut down like the grass and withered as the green herb. He went on and encouraged us, and he said, trust in the Lord and do good, so shalt thou tell the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. The psalmist also encouraged us to say, delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desire of thy heart. And then he said, commit thy ways to the Lord. Trust in him also, and he shall bring it to pass. I want to let our people know this too shall pass. God is still in control. And may God guide us and protect us, bless us and keep us. We know that God is a God of miracles, and he is able to do exceedingly, abundantly above all that we could ask or think. And so today, in spite of what we're going through as a country, we give thanks. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move to support the bill for an act
to provide the office for Ombudsman. This act is the administration's blueprint for change, promote transparency, accountability, and integrity in the administration and decision-making of the authorities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this administration, led by the Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, has been making steps to ensure that Bahamian people remain in control of their destiny. The establishment of the Office of the Ombudsman is yet another revolutionary step towards a greater empowerment of our people. One of the objectives of this act is to ensure the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms of international human rights and the foundation of a fair and just society. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ombudsman plays an essential role in preventing the states from gaining absolute control or absolute power without restraint, accountability, and control. Therefore, the establishment of this office stands as proof of this administration's commitment to be accountable to the Bahamian people, to empower them, and also to ensure that equal rights and justice stands for all. This is history in the making. The institution of the Office of the Ombudsman will bridge the gap between the government and the people that need to complain about issues of the day, expressed with sentiments that there is no resolution will be diminished. In other words, Madam Speaker, the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is making a way, making an avenue that the Bahamian people have a say in the government or the transactions of the government. The people will know and have access to an efficient, transparent institution designed with their fundamental rights in mind. Mr. Deputy Speaker, according to the National Democratic Institute, there are several benefits of an ombudsman institution that makes it desirable for citizens and governments alike. Ombudsman office promotes and protects individual rights. It's encouraged more efficient public administration. It also provides cost-effective dispute resolution mechanism. It bridges the gap between the government and the public. It also promotes cooperation instead of litigation and allow increased citizens access to dispute resolution. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our administration blueprint for change outlined a 10-point plan for building the Bahamas and is more suitable for advancement of empowering of Bahamians and also the Bahamas. Point 4 in the blueprint for change, recover, rebuild, and revolutionize the Bahamas focuses on empowering the Bahamians. We promise to launch an aggressive campaign to empower Bahamians and to create an environment where every Bahamian can thrive. Point 10 in the blueprint for change focuses on national development, and we are committed to good governance with integrity and accountability. And the establishment of the Office of Ombudsman is a significant and a momentous step in achieving these goals. The institution of this office, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will be conducted in an impartial and upstanding manner. The Governor General, Her Excellency Cynthia A. Pratt, will appoint individuals acting on the will appoint this individual acting on the recommendation of the committee comprised of the Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, representative of the Judicial and Legal Service Commission, a representative of the Public Service Commission, President or a member of the Bahamas Commerce and Employers Confederation, representing civil society recommended by an umbrella organization of civil society organization in the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, but the Ombudsman will not be appointed by the government alone. It will not be a public officer of the Commonwealth. This is the first step in ensuring transparency and accountability that we vow to keep. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Jamaica, the Office of the Political Ombudsman focuses on the need for civil, electoral, and political education. In 2022, to mark Jamaica's 60th year of independence and the 20th year of the existence of the Office of the Political Ombudsman, a civil education book was published titled Jamaica Strong and Free. The political ombudsman, Ms. Donna Patchman Brown, said, and I quote, highlighted the inspiration for more civil knowledge, strong civil disposition, and a renewed commitment to respect unity and democracy. The handbook is written in a user-friendly way and is full of knowledge that can be used to make one a more aware and a more informed citizen. Australia also has it. And according to the Ombudsman in Australia, it safeguards the community in its dealing with the Australian government. If the Australian government agency has treated one of its citizens unfairly or unreasonably, the Office of the Commonwealth of Ombudsman will help find solution. The service is free, and the office is an independent office. It's ensured that the action of the agencies are fair and responsible by handling complaints, conducting investigation, and performing audits and inspection, and encouraging good administration. The United Kingdom also has it, and the Parliamentary Ombudsman is one of two Ombudsman offices known as the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman, which by convention are held by the same person. The current Ombudsman, Mr. Rob Barron, was appointed on April 6, 2017, and the PHSO examines complaint of maladministration, which can be broadly defined as the public body not having acted properly or fairly, or having given a poor service, or not at all. This office is to provide independent handling service for complaints that have not been resolved by the United Kingdom. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we see that in many parts of our world, Ombudsman plays a very important role and critical to resolving issues and bring about peace. In our region, the office exists not only in Jamaica, but also in Antigua, Barbados, Haiti, St. Lucia, Belize, Antigua, and Barbuda. And we welcome the establishment of the Ombudsman office here. It will be up to the Bahamian people to bring their issues to the forefront and seek resolution. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the very first Ombudsman appointed in the Bahamas is Ms. Marissa Mason-Smith. She is part of the International Ombudsman Society. The University of the Bahamas had the foresight to dedicate an office that would facilitate the need of complaints of stakeholders. Ms. Mason-Smith, was appointed in 2019 and given a job of consulting and negotiating and provide neutral, confidential, third-party assistance to students, faculties, staff, administrators seeking dispute resolution. It holds the position on several committees, with the International Ombudsman Association, blazing a trail for us in the arena that the country is just now beginning to embrace. Ms. Mason Smith, on International Ombudsman Day in October 2023, is recorded on ZNSBahamas.com as welcoming Ombudsman Act of the Bahamas 2023. She calls on us as members of Parliament to pass the act as is appropriate and to consider the creation of our National Ombudsman Commission, as well as establishing Ombudsman office in key agencies such as the Royal Bahamas Police Force and our country's public health system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill was first presented in 2017. Now, 7 years later, I implore my fellow parliamentarians to support the passage of this bill for the sake of the Bahamian people and in the spirit of good governance. Our blueprint for change stands on several principles, including reform, setting the framework for good governance and growth. Our blueprint for change indicates that this administration would embark upon an aggressive strategy for reforming into a nimble, progressive, and competitive country with sustainable economic development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are restoring that faith today. We are maturing at this juncture of our 50th anniversary of independence, and we are making significant strides to do so. Southern Shores, Mr. Deputy Speaker, support this resolution. Southern Shores support this resolution. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May God bless you. May God bless the Bahamas. And may God bless the world. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, parliamentary colleagues, and those watching from across the length and breadth of the Bahamas and the world, good afternoon. I want to send a special Happy New Year to all Bahamians near and far. My distinguished colleagues, and of course, great people of Central Grand Bahama, who I proudly represent in this place. We are nearing the end of January 2024, and it has already been an eventful year thus far, to say the least. Mr. Deputy, some water, please. I cannot go on without saying that the current state of crime in this country is totally unacceptable. With reports of multiple shootings almost daily and a whopping 17 murders in only 24 days, something has got to give. Mr. Deputy, we cannot get to the point where we allow this to become our new normal. I repeat, this is not normal for the Bahamas. This is an epidemic. And the FNM is not grandstanding on this issue. The FNM is standing on business, as the young people say, and we want the New Day government to get to the people's business. Mr. Deputy, we applaud the work of law enforcement who risk their lives to protect our country consistently. Every time they leave their home to go on the streets, their family don't know if they will return. We cannot deny the fact that people are indeed afraid. They don't feel safe in their own homes. Mr. Deputy, parliamentary colleagues, we can go back and forth for weeks on end. Whether the issue is the parent or parenting, whether it's the school system, the unemployment rate, the police, the government, meaning the governing party and the opposition, and all other socioeconomic problems in between. At the end of the day, we must find a way to ensure the protection of the right to life. This is our duty as much as it is the duty of the police to investigate. I also plead, as I did previously in Grand Bahama, with the public to come forward with information and work with the police. If you see something, say something. If you know something, bring the information. I truly believe in an effort to get this issue to a place where Bahamians will feel safe once again. Mr. Deputy, as Nassau struggles to balance its safety issues, my beloved hometown of Grand Bahama, the economy is becoming even more unstable. We heard earlier from the member for East Grand Bahama about the issues now with the Margarita ship from West Palm Beach. To add to that, the closure of Farmer Camp is such an unfortunate loss to Grand Bahama's commerce, and even worse for the directly over 140 plus employees that were directly impacted. I was also recently made to understand that some workers who have been working at that facility for some 15 plus years receive a minimal severance package, and further, I've been advised that some of these individuals are not even qualified for unemployment benefits based on our labor laws. Notice the Minister of Labor is not here, but that's something that we really need to look at. Mr. Deputy, I will get back to you on that. Okay, we'll be further investigate. But there's an individual who called me, and I told you.
Recognize the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I just wanted to put on record that the Ministry of Grand Bahama, along with the Deputy Prime Minister, shadowed by myself, to ensure that the workers at Farmer Camp were properly and appropriately compensated with their separation package. I have an email from the CEO about it, who confirmed that all persons were properly taken care of. If there's anyone, you suggested that there may be some that want, please provide me those names so that I can look into it to determine why it was that they were not taken care of as they ought to have been.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and I will provide a name to you, and I appreciate your offer to assist. As I've said it before in these chambers, that we must make sure that we are protecting Bahamian workers when allowing these foreign investors to come into our country to do business. We must make sure that they are protected, particularly for their years of dedicated work. Mr. Deputy, I also believe that this is a great time to have a real conversation about what Bahamianization means for this new generation. At this time, we are seeing the most efficiently skilled Bahamians in our country. And yet, in my view, we are underutilizing them. We are now looking at the culmination of the works of our nation builders. Like the great Dr. Elwood Donaldson, who we recently lost. Rest in peace, and one day rise in glory. Mr. Deputy, there's so much more to do. How are we building on this promise of the Bahamian dream, economic freedom and ownership for all Bahamians? When will we start looking at the bigger picture? Right now, the government is embroiled in a public spat with the Grand Bahama Authority. Bahamians were told that there would be decisive actions on the model of governance for Grand Bahama moving forward. But they are still waiting and are even more confused when they see the negotiation going back and forth. For God's sakes, and for the sake of the suffering people of Grand Bahama, have a face-to-face meeting. Sit in the conference room, in the boardroom, and let's come to some sensible decisions. Fighting back and forth in the media is proving to be more harmful than beneficial. Grand Bahamians need relief. Mr. Deputy, this is just one among many other issues our people are facing in what is considered our second city. The pipe bridge over the whole road is terrifying and considered a safety hazard to the vehicular public. And I went down there and I'd look at that contraption, and to say the least, it is scary. It looked like it was something that was done ad hoc. It wasn't properly planned out. There was no proper PSAs given to the public, and it just appeared one night. Adjustments need to be made, if only to give people a sense of safety as they go under that pipe bridge. But I do believe, Mr. Deputy, that all is not lost. Grand Bahamians are resilient, and there are some things in the pipeline, not that pipeline, that I believe will happen. We are looking forward to Carnival Cruise Port's completion. We're looking forward to the expansion of the shipyard and the pending 6 cent project by the group. These investments are promising, but the main thing to effectively move the economic needle that will really cause Bahamas to rebound is a proper international airport. The success of all other investments in Grand Bahama hinges on a proper world-class airport. Let's get it done. Our Deputy Prime Minister made several announcements, and the people of Grand Bahama and the investors are anxiously awaiting the construction of this new airport, our main lifeline. I'll now speak to issues of the boaters in Grand Bahama. We had issues with the boaters not having a ramp to launch their boats in Grand Bahama. It's an issue. Boaters in general, F&M, PLPs, DNAs, COI, all the boaters in this country are complaining about the boat licensing fees. I was happy to see the DPM saying that the fees will no longer be assessed. The question is, when will you come to Parliament with a public statement relative to the same, or change the law back to the state? Also, what will happen to those boaters who already paid those high fees? I had a friend said, he earned his living on the water. He has a workboat. His fees went from $250 to $7,500. These people want to do the right thing. They want to obey the law. But they're struggling to survive. They're struggling to support their families. Like I said, I'm happy to hear that we're doing it. When? We need to move, and we need to move now. Mr. Deputy, I will now turn my attention to the substantive debate on the Ombudsman Bill 2023. This bill is indeed a critical piece of anti-corruption legislation to foster more accountability and transparency of the public's affair. We in the FNM understand this because we were the ones who introduced a suite of anti-legislation bills during our time in office. So yes, we've been here before, and we believe that any act of Parliament that promotes the fundamental rights and freedom of our country is indeed a good thing. So this is indeed a good move. Mr. Deputy, the bill in its current form establishes the office of the Ombudsman to investigate any administrative action of any public authority and determine whether there is evidence of, as we said earlier, administration. I want to focus on that word, which has been thrown around very carelessly and must be quantified with facts. Mr. Deputy, this level of organizational corruption is being people by undermining our democracy. We know that if properly implemented, this bill could bring about major anti-corruption reform in the Bahamas. We applaud the functions of the bill that gives space, and I really like this part, for the public to be engaged and educated on what opportunities are available to them. Education is key. Knowledge is power. And we also agree with the term limits of office. This person can only serve for a certain period of time and we roll over to the next person. Mr. Deputy, government continues. So while we are in support of the way forward movement of the bill, we also want to make sure it is done right the first time. As a result, I have just a few concerns with the current form of the bill compared to the two previously versions we've seen in these chambers. My first observation is that we must ensure that the body is truly independent. Given that the body will be appointed and not elected, there's a questionably gray area. Will the Ombudsman be truly independent? Is my question. Mr. Deputy, again, I have no issue with the committee making the recommendations, save for the fact that the person has to be a lawyer, not with access to legal minds, but must be a lawyer, practicing for more than 10 years, and qualified to act as a Supreme Judge. Why is this the case? Why must he be a lawyer? That's my question. Don't we have other bright-minded individuals who have access to a legal team that can act as an ombudsman? If the person is obviously a seasoned lawyer and you're talking about transparency, integrity, and accountability, why isn't, this is another question that I have, why isn't a person on the ethics committee of the Bar Association on the committee? We have Chamber of Commerce, we have other social groups. Why isn't someone from the ethics committee of the Bar Association? Obviously, this person will be a member of the bar. My question, I believe we need to have a second look at this or consider someone from the Bar Association Ethics Committee serving on this authority. Mr. Deputy, we do everything to avoid the abuse of this office by anyone. This may be irrational. You know, there may be some lawyers who may just go after some human rights issues and just make a nuisance of this office to the detriment of our country. And lastly, Mr. Deputy, we hope that even though the Ombudsman is given up to 90 days to submit their report after a decision is made, hoping that they will take the full 90 days, but will be expeditious in the delivery of their report. And also, is this 90 working days or 90 calendar days? Because, you know, we can out. So again, I would like to get clarification on that. Mr. Deputy and colleagues, we want to make the Bahamas a better place to live. We want to improve the ease of doing business in this, and we believe this is. Mr. Deputy, colleagues, I'll briefly return to my portfolio as Shadow Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture. I see Garden Hills is over there. See what you have to say. No, I don't hit him too hard. Before I take my seat, Mr. Deputy, I want to offer special congratulations. And you talk about Garden Hill, and I hope you don't get upset, to the Saxon Superstars for winning both the Boxing Day and the New Year's Day Junkanoo parades in Nassau. Congratulations to the group. And also to the 6th-time reigning champion in Grand Bahama, the Great Platinum Knights. 6 straight. We have one major group. No, we have all groups. There's 6 titles. And you know, as we're talking, seriously though, as we're talking about crime, our fight against crime, we must commend these Junkanoo leaders, these groups. They put in a lot of community work, and we are honoring Hawk tomorrow, this weekend in Freeport. These group leaders, they do a great job at keeping these kids off the streets. Young men and women, they engage in Junkanoo, and I'm happy to hear the Minister of Education said earlier today that Junkanoo is going to become a part of our curriculum. And congratulations on making Junkanoo a part of our indelible cultural heritage. We need to recognize the power that we have at engaging these young individuals. Transfer the energy in the shacks, in the classroom. That could be a part of our strategy in the fight against crime. Encourage these leaders to bring in more community effort in the Junkanoo shack where they will be interested where they will be fully engaged. Something for us to consider. And again, as I said earlier, I hope that this is the year when the Great Platinum Knights will be afforded the opportunity to come to Nassau to participate either in boxing or New Year's to give one of these A group categories over here some hiccups. Because we could raise some hell in Nassau. Just bring them over. Bring them over. We going to the top. All we have to do is see.
That's a solid A group. Solid A group.
Exactly.
Solid A group.
And I also want to offer my congratulations to all local and international athletes on their success in sports. And, Mr. Deputy and colleagues, I want to say special thank you to Mr. Glenn Pratt and the administrative members of the Bahamas Golf Federation, and also to the Ministry of Youth and Cultural Sports Tourism Department, who recently offered me the privilege of playing golf alongside the #1 golfer in the country in Exuma, Mr. Devon Robinson, on Corn Ferry. We played in that tournament and we finished 5 under par. We didn't win, but it was a great score. 5 under par. Oh, my handicap was in the low digits, low double digits. And I had a chance to participate this past weekend in Abaco, in Winding Bay. In Exuma, we went 5 under par. In Abaco, we went an amazing 21 under par. And that was amazing. But we finished, we were in the top 3. But some team won with 25 under. But again, pardon? He did not get the card, but he's close. He have acquired for the Houston Open that's coming up shortly. And Mr. Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, I'm glad you're interested. You said that, and also the Garden Hills. We have an issue with these athletes receiving proper funding. I would understand that you assisted, and the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture assisted him to bring in Cameron Riley from Orlando to be his caddy. But again, as a former world-class athlete, I know what it is to be training and be distracted by having the funding and focus on training and performing. So it's good when the government, corporate press can come in and provide the funding where we only have to worry about performance. And at the end of the day, the effort will be realized. So I appreciate the fact that efforts are being made to support persons like Vaughn and Cameron and others. And while we are on golfing, colleagues, Mr. Deputy, let me briefly again talk about great Bahamians like Fred Popal, who was the first black president of the United States Golf Association. 150 years of existence, the first black president, he's a Bahamian. He is boasting a membership of some 700,000 individuals who have to call him Mr. President, more than double our population. But see, my issue is this: while we are great on the international scene, to ask the question, we're talking about Bahamianization. Why is it that we do not have one Bahamian as a golf director at any of our facilities in the Bahamas? Go to Albany, go to Bakers Bay, go to Winding Bay, go to Grand. There's not one Bahamian golf director. How is it that a Bahamian can be in charge of 700,000 members globally, and we have many qualified Bahamians in this country, and not one is a golf director at any of our facilities? We need to seriously have a look at that. We need to fix that. We want to see our people empowered in top positions all across the country. At the end of the day, this is what true Bahamianization look like. A Bahamas for Bahamians where our skilled and trained professionals are valued. A Bahamas for Bahamians where a person like, I can say it again, Dr. Ian Strong can be the president of the University of the Bahamas. That is what Bahamians want. What Bahamians deserve. That is what Bahamians should get. As always, we understand from the side that government are continuous. The official opposition is always here to provide bipartisan support for this New Day governing party. If only you would listen and accept. Grand Bahama hereby rests. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isles. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isles.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I stand on the shoulders of people we are unable to see, and I'm thankful and grateful for Almighty God touching their hearts, for them to support me, to be here to represent them, to speak on their behalf in this historic place. I'm thankful to Almighty God and grateful that He's allowed us and kept us and brought us into this, a new year, a new cycle of time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I should like to extend sincere and heartfelt condolences to the family of Mr. Gregory Maynard of Coral Harbor. He'll be laid to rest this Friday. May they be strengthened and comforted during this time. Also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the family of the late Dr. Elwood Leroy Donaldson, who served in this honorable place. He was a part of that historic move in 1967. He served from 67 to 1972 in this house, and we learned of his demise only last week, and I should like again to extend sincere and heartfelt condolences to his family. Mr. Deputy Speaker, just before I speak to the bill, as others have done, I should like to just speak briefly with regard to the climate, the atmosphere of crime in our country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, only last night, a video that I'm sure not all of us, most of us have seen, circulating. The gas station, a young man walked up, opened fire on an attendant, and ran. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've heard of the broad daylight incident on Village Road, broad daylight incident on Prince Charles. And sometimes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would wonder if we are in Bahamas and if we are in our beloved city. What has happened? There's an atmosphere of fear. It's an atmosphere of terror. Persons are absolutely afraid, being held hostage. This is not certainly the Bahamas, but certainly this is not the New Providence. This is not the Nassau. I'm not used to this. I refuse to get used to it, to become comfortable. And sometimes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think we allow ourselves to be overcome and give in sometimes. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I think and speak, particularly as relates to crime, I'm reminded of the scripture that the prophet Jeremiah said he wished that his head was waters and his eyes were a fountain of tears, that he would weep day and night for the slain of his people. David declared one time he wished that he had wings of a dove that he could just fly away and his weary soul would be at rest from the violence that surrounded him. And sometimes that's the way we feel. And in the midst of all that's going on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just share briefly with some words from one of our noted criminologists, Dr. Raming. But before I do so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are hearing more and more in the public domain this cry about capital punishment. Is it the remedy? Is it the solution? Our social fabric, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has become riddled with bullets, has become soaked with blood, spilled by wanton murderous acts on our streets, in our homes, and even in broad daylight. These unfortunate, innocent persons, sometimes even young children, acts of violence on our streets are vicious. Lives are snuffed out in the twinkling of an eye. They suffer the most cruel, most unusually brutal deaths, while gunmen, like wild animals in some instances, are terrorizing law-abiding citizens. The Constitution states emphatically that we shall make laws for the peace and the order of our country. The question is, where's the peace? When will order return? There's been much debate with the crime rate in general and the homicide rate in particular. Dr. Raming says that most of those accused of murder are known to each other, and the victims are males, are black males under the age of 35. In order speaks of punishment, it refers to those who are calling for capital punishment. Says, those who ring the bell for harsher penalties do not know what the average criminal knows, and that is, it's the certainty, not the severity of punishment, that deters crime. He says, in order for punishment to have the intended impact, it must be swift and it must be sure. Unfortunately, in our Bahamas, punishment is neither swift nor sure. through an informal system of street justice. He writes that criminals are imposing the death penalty on each other with predictable severity. Today, you do not mind killing, as obvious. Nor do they mind dying. That executions will retard the murder rate, he believes, is merely a feel-good panacea. He argues that we need a paradigm shift from the over-reliance on apprehension to the prevention model. He states that 90% of our inmates at BDOCS, the Bahamas Department of Corrections, are young males. And close to 90% do not possess a high school diploma. I repeat that. About 90% of the inmates are young males. And I like to add black in there, young black males. And almost 90% of them do not possess a high school diploma. It says research clearly shows that incarceration for nonviolent, non-dangerous offenders promotes criminality. For nonviolent, non-dangerous offenders, for those who cannot pay a court fine on the day of conviction, incarceration should be or must be the option of last resort. If a nonviolent offender cannot pay, he suggests, upon conviction, why not give them an extended period of time to pay, as opposed to sentencing them in a criminally saturated atmosphere? He also speaks of restorative justice as a process whereby the nonviolent offender is held accountable to those that they have wronged. It's a process, he argues, that allows the community to become engaged in the resolution of conflicts between two persons. It requires the lawbreaker to make restitution to the victim, not the state. Restorative justice, he argues, the goal is one, to improve victim offender satisfaction, increasing offender compliance with restitution, and thirdly, recidivism reduction among offenders. With regard to the educational system, he commends Minister of Education, Minister Hannah Martin, for her pledge to usher in educational reforms. It says, too many young men see school completion as irrelevant to their future success. To them, there is little to lose by dropping out and little to gain by staying in. He recommends the modification of our curriculum so that the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, must also reflect the other R's: respect, responsibility, and resourcefulness. He believes that every male student by the 6th grade should complete a character development and citizenship appreciation course of study that includes anger management and conflict resolution, and that they should be as important as the GLAT, BJC, or BGCS exams. He also argues for the establishment of technical vocational high schools. We understand that people are driven by their passion and their preferences, and that by grade 10, if the opportunity is given to students, they should have a formal say in shaping their destinies. No longer must careers be reserved for college graduates and menial jobs for the rest. We must reverse this and qualify hundreds of young Bahamians as career ready upon completion of a technical vocational high school program. This is the infusion of hope that's now lacking. What too many of today's young Bahamian men suffer from is the absence of hope. In walking, in campaigning, communicating with them, is there. I repeat, too many of them suffer from the absence of hope. Too many of them are in a state of hopelessness. Slowly but inexorably, hopelessness, he states, turns into normlessness, which all too often escalates into lawlessness. It is a predictable and a vicious cycle. Most of the violent crimes, if not all, are committed by young black men. Most of the victims are other young black men. Let us see our men as a part of our country's potential and promise, not merely as a part of the problem. All of us represent areas and constituencies throughout the Bahamas, specifically as it relates to New Providence, where the bulk of the challenges are. It's one thing for us to come in here and talk about it. It's another thing to get down to the streets. It's one thing for church leaders to get in the pulpit and preach about it. It's another thing to get to the streets, to walk those streets, to touch our people. And I think when we campaigned in West Grand Bahama and had an opportunity to be on the ground, to look in people's faces, to see the conditions they lived in, and better understand and appreciate. It's no different in New Providence. No different. There are some areas that we've become accustomed to, that we drive through, and we see the poverty-stricken conditions, but it doesn't bother us because we are accustomed to it, we're used to it. And we see nothing wrong with it. But people live in those houses. People live in those communities. People who, if they're working, they're being paid minimum wage. I promise you, minimum wage is not nearly sufficient. The next thing we must advocate for is a workable living wage. A workable living wage. Poverty is real. Poverty is a curse. Some persons, because of the sting of poverty, it is said that some persons commit crimes out of need, some commit crimes out of greed, and others commit crimes because the opportunity presents itself. In most instances, crimes that are committed out of need, the persons who cannot make ends meet, persons who who are hopeless, persons who wish they would have a quarter or 50 cents or a dollar to run to somewhere that they can spin it and turn it over and make something from it. Persons who are stronger than alcohol because they are self-medicating. They don't know how to face the realities of their conditions. These are the persons that the revolution has left behind. These are the persons that we must find programs to develop. These are the persons that we must somehow rescue, because there's an element of persons in this country that they believe if they don't get it, they're prepared to do whatever it takes to get it. So what is happening on our streets, as in other jurisdictions in our region, where extortions are the order of the day, where kidnappings are the order of the day, where everyone has to be with tight security, all public officials, they do not enjoy what we enjoy. But do we think that silence will ever remain between those who seem to be killing each other? There's much work that we must do. There's much work we must do. We must connect in some instances. We must reconnect in other instances. Too many of our people, too many of our families have fallen through. And poverty does not know politics. Poverty does not care about politics. When persons are being robbed, they do not ask them, what's your politics? Are you red or gold? They do not care. The Bahamas, the Nassau, the New Providence that I am living in, that we are living in today, I do not like this Nassau. I do not like this New Providence. And I intend to do everything that I can. This land is my land. This land is our land. We cannot feel comfortable with what's happening. There seems to be an implosion. We cannot be comfortable with this. We must ask the question, what can I do? How can I contribute to bringing about a change? And as leaders, all of us are elected leaders. We lead people. We will soon begin to embark on the journey to re-engage on a broad scale people with real issues, with real challenges. And the question to all of us, it's not about pointing fingers. It's not about the blame game. There's enough blame to go around to all of us. These problems did not emerge overnight. They did not happen overnight. Progressively, we were getting here. And now we're here. And unless we become involved, unless we become proactive, unless we begin to engage, I would hate to see the next level of violence in our country. As for me, and for my house, as for me, and everything we can do in Golden Isles, and as for me, and as I team up with other persons all across this island, as for me, we continue to hit the streets, go to the prison, speak to our young men, engage with them. I do not understand the mindset that can walk up to someone, pull a gun on them, do not care. I do not understand the mindset. that can just blow people away on the streets, broad day, think nothing. That is not normal. I do not understand that mindset. That is foreign to me. That is alien to me, and I refuse to accept it. And I beg for all of us that represent all of us, let's revisit this. Let's go back to our constituencies. Let's engage our people, especially our young men. Let's find them. We must find them. We must rediscover the soul of this country. If we have not lost it, we're losing it. And now, to the bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Progressive Liberal Party, the PLP, has always been the major agency of change in the Bahamas. That's why I have no doubt we will bring change to this situation, beginning with its inception in 1956 as the first political party in this country, an event which ushered in a social and political revolution from minority rule to majority rule, from a colony to a sovereign and independent state known as the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. From 1956 to now, the PLP has remained at the forefront of change. The PLP has remained at the cutting edge of social and political innovation. It has never ceased its efforts at nation building. It has never grown weary of modernizing the system of governance. The vast majority of government institutions in the Bahamas today that have strengthened and deepened democracy has been the work of the Progressive Liberal Party across administration, consistent with our battle cry, all the way. A motto which implies that the work of nation building is never finished as we move from generation to generation. A motto which implies that there is always new ground to cover, new land to possess, new paths to clear, as the Bahamian people seek and strive to create a fair system of government, affording equal opportunity to all. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's no surprise then, it shouldn't be, that we are now debating the establishment of yet another innovative structure, namely the Office of Ombudsman. For years, since independence, persons well-versed in best governance practices, consistent with international norms, they have recognized the need for an authority where citizens could lodge complaints regarding administrative injustice in public agencies and seek meaningful redress. This bill is not a spur of the moment, knee-jerk response. To the contrary, the establishment of the Office of Ombudsman has been under serious deliberation for quite some time. And to the credit of this administration, that the decision was made that there has been enough study and enough talk, and that the time has come for action to put in place yet another institution in the building of a modern Bahamas. I am satisfied, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the provisions of this bill will establish the Office of Ombudsman as a truly independent body to investigate administrative actions by public authorities for the purpose of determining whether there have been acts of maladministration, or breaches of citizens' fundamental rights and freedoms. Further, Mr. Deputy, that the provision of this bill the Ombudsman to make recommendations on their findings so as to improve the exercise of administrative actions and also promote public awareness of fundamental rights and freedoms and combat discrimination and corruption in the conduct of governmental affairs. The affairs of the state cannot be run as if it's a secret society. The government cannot be afraid of independent public scrutiny, but it must be open in a legally prescribed manner to citizens' review. Successive PLP administrations have demonstrated that we are not just the maintenance party satisfied with the status quo, but have always been a party of social architects and social engineers, erecting, building new structures, and constantly creating a better Bahamas. I am therefore driven, as I conclude, to state that this bill to create the Office of Ombudsman is yet another groundbreaking legislation with far-reaching effects as it relates to transparency and accountability. And I am confident that the Office of Ombudsman, coupled with other legislative innovations, shall create a fair, a stable, and a prosperous democracy from which our people will not flee, but rather to which the diaspora shall return. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Golden Isles supports this progressive piece of legislation, the Ombudsman Bill. And in closing, may Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, Lord knows we need His presence now more than ever. May He continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make our wealth more common. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member.
As many? Yeah, the chair recognizes Member Golden Isles.
Much. I think I would have said parties was formed in 1956, and it should have been, I robbed us of 3 years. Okay. It should have been 1953.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for that correction. As many, the chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Long Island.
Honourable Speaker, I'm grateful to once again have the opportunity to rise on behalf of the wonderful people of Long Island, who I have the distinct pleasure, privilege of representing in these hallowed halls. I'm going to get into the meat of my contribution. I'd like to extend condolences to the families of a few of my constituents. The family of Mr. Edsel Arley, I extend condolences. Also to Melissa Dowell. Melissa is one of my key generals, a great supporter. And, you know, I'm a bit ashamed to say that I was unable to make her grandmother's funeral on the weekend. And so, Melissa, I sincerely apologize. I told her I would take the floor and apologize the other day. And I will make it up to you, Melissa. And So to Melissa and the entire family, I extend condolences on the passing of her grandmother, Miss Flory Adderley. It's on the passing of her cousin, Mr. Anthony Knowles. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to extend condolences to the family of Mr. Elwood Donaldson Sr., a founding father of the Free National Movement and one of the leading political minds that we've seen over the last 40 or so years. And so my condolences to them. A couple nights ago, Madam Speaker, a night or two ago, I got a WhatsApp message, some photographs from the member for South and Central Eleuthera, showing me that they'd begun the roadworks in Long Island. I'm very happy about that, and I thank the member for ensuring that he kept his word that the roadworks would begin before the end of January. I'd also like to note, Madam Speaker, that, we have an ambulance in Long Island that was donated some time ago. And we've been trying to get that accepted. The member for Tall Pines, we went back and forth trying to get him to come down to do an official commissioning more than a year ago. And sometime last year during the regatta, I determined, couldn't wait anymore. I drove the ambulance down to the clinic because they told me that they would accept it. And the nurse pleaded with me not to leave it. She was in fear of her job. She said because she couldn't accept it. We continue to seek acceptance of this ambulance, which was donated by a lab, because we constantly have to have mechanics look after it and/or use monies from the fund to constantly replace batteries and so on. So I think it's important that this ambulance is accepted by government on behalf of the people of Long Island. Whatever inspections need to be done, they can do it. But certainly we need the ambulance because we don't need our people being transported when they're ill or dead in the back of a truck, in the bed of a truck. So correspondence this week to the minister, to the PS, and all of the relevant persons in hope that this ambulance will be accepted, that they can take the responsibility of the ambulance onto themselves. This is a free ambulance being donated. Sending an ambulance to Long Island. Madam Speaker, my constituents, particularly the fishermen and the boaters, I'm from one of those fishing islands, one of the fishing capitals of the Bahamas, have pressed. Firstly, we are grateful for the government deciding to reduce these ridiculous fees on licensing of these boats. Fishermen and persons who own boats can't keep up with fees that go from $20 to $700 and $1,000+. However, I was told by a boater, or a fisherman, I should say, a couple of days ago, that whilst the fees have been put back to their original course, the office on the island still there still seems to be some kind of confusion in terms of making payment. Right? So we'd like to have that looked into so that can be settled on the island, because there are persons who want to pay the fees, but there needs to be some kind of clarification to the offices on the island. Madam Speaker, over the coming weeks, I'm looking forward to being able to install 2 Omni LED solar installations that provide Wi-Fi on 2 parks in Long Island. These will provide as well as free Wi-Fi for persons utilizing the parks. Madam Speaker, I too am concerned about the state or the scourge of violent crime that we are seeing happening over the last few weeks. Certainly, we're seeing an unprecedented crime wave with almost daily murders of young Bahamians in particular, young Bahamian men, and in 1 or 2 cases, Bahamian women. This destruction goes well beyond the physical death of an individual, but it affects multiple multiple individuals and children who must now figure out how to support themselves in the face of lost income, lost loved ones, and really have to, in some cases, seek state support. With the loss, sometimes they're losing the only breadwinner in the family. Our streets is running. The blood is running through our streets. In fact, so much so that the United States Embassy today issued a security alert. And it reads, the U.S. Embassy in Nassau advises U.S. citizens to be aware that 18 murders have occurred in Nassau since the beginning of 2024. Murders have occurred at all hours in daylight on the streets. Retaliatory gang violence has been the primary motive in the 2024 murders. And this is what they're telling their citizens as the actions to take. Actions to take. Exercise extreme caution in the eastern part of New Providence. Use caution when walking or driving at night. Keep a low profile. Be aware of your surroundings. Do not physically resist a robbery attempt. And review your personal security plans. And of course, they lay out their contact information for assistance. This does not bode well for the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, since the years kicked in, we've had an average of nearly a murder per day. And many people are asking, what are the crime consultants being paid for? Where's the strategic plan? Many people are asking these very valid questions. We know that both murder and rape is up. Both murder and rape. Madam Speaker, as it relates to murder, we must look to amend legislation to have categories of murder: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and so on. We've not, I think, adopting that approach could also lend to how we prosecute these crimes. Madam Speaker, Bahamians don't wish to hear about crime. Bahamians want to feel safer. We want to see action. We want to see action, and we want to see it now. Madam Speaker, right now, the business community is facing quite a challenge. We're seeing a business license debacle. It's probably the worst renewal exercise in history since business license was introduced in 1974. And I'm gonna, today's Tribune, you have noted accountants, Prentino, Albury, and Craig Gomez, lamenting the state of the business license renewal process in the Bahamas. And I adopt this. It says, businesses endured an absolute frenzy to meet Monday's VAT payment deadline due to continued growing pains with the Department of Inland Revenue's tax portal. It was revealed yesterday. Accountants and the private sector disclosed to Tribune Business that some companies struggled to comply with the stipulated timeline for filing and paying December's collection because the new tax administration portal is not accepting electronic payments via the likes of credit and debit cards. Besides leaving many businesses fearing they could be hit with financial sanctions or penalties for meeting the deadline, concerns are also voiced by service providers that the situation is delaying the collection of taxes by the Treasury and thus disrupting the government's and ability to meet its own obligations in a timely manner. Prentino, the president of the Bahamas Institute of Chartered Accountants, he talked about some of the challenges that are being faced. And this is how, besides the difficulties paying electronically via the tax portal, the biker president said other challenges related to the tax credits owed to companies are no longer visible, that the tax credits owed to companies are no longer visible in their statements, and they now have to apply and call for it. Some companies and service provider intermediaries are still struggling to log in and sign in with the uploading of VAT-related information, provided proved to be yet another concern. And this is Mr. Albury, and I'm quoting him, quote, "It just keeps coming over and over," Mr. Albury said, adding that companies are now not sure whether they are making tax filings and payments correctly because the system, which underwent an upgrade in December 2023, no longer consistently provides acknowledgements and receipts. So the business community is quite afraid that they are going to be sanctioned because of a faulty system that doesn't allow persons who want to pay VAT, who want to get their business licenses renewed, an opportunity to do so. A faulty system where persons are not being told, look, after the 31st of January, due to our system being at fault, you won't be sanctioned. I think the government needs to speak to these people, to the business community, to assure the business community that sanctions will not flow from the system being down. Madam Speaker, we hear a lot of rhetoric about inflation and the cost of living in the Bahamas. The rush to increase fees on recreational and commercial boat owners, which came, frankly, without consultation and needed to be reversed. We see the impact that this has had on fishermen and on recreational boat owners. I believe in the government's lust to tax. And we've all heard that taxation is the lazy way out. Sometimes they fail to consult, particularly with parties who might be most impacted, like the fishermen in my constituency. So, Madam Speaker, we encourage the government to immediately reverse this horrible policy decision to increase VAT by 100% on breadbasket items, on medicines, and other critical and essential everyday items necessary to support the most vulnerable among us. And we've advocated for the reversal of this horrible decision, this decision to increase VAT by 100%. Frankly, we see it as, in our estimation, hurting the poor as opposed to helping the poor. This doubles down because the poor among us are those who are the greatest consumers, and VAT is a consumption tax. That's the reality of it. That's the reality of it. And so, while it's a matter, Madam Speaker, the business community is also curious to know about the situation with the NIB rate increase. Businesses, business persons express that the business community is being held hostage because no one knows. We all want to know when the increases be published. Will it still take effect on the 1st of July, 2024? Or will it be extended? The community wants to know. Madam Speaker, I also want to note that, I've gotten some concerns expressed to me, complaints from my constituents with respect to a bug and or COVID on the island. And I believe that we have to pay special attention to the possibility of an uptick in COVID on these islands, particularly islands like mine. I know there's a number of persons who are now wearing masks again because there are folks who have been taken to clinic or even had to come to Nassau because of the bug and or COVID. So I would encourage the Ministry of Health to see or to look into the state of affairs on the island. And whilst I'm speaking about health, we are in desperate need of medicine in the clinic. On both of the main clinics on the island, there's a serious medicinal shortage, from high blood pressure pills to diabetes medicine to some of the very basic over-the-counter meds. And so we are calling upon the government, and more specifically the Member for Tall Pines and the Minister of Health, to assist us in ensuring that the clinics on Long Island are not only properly staffed, but all of the essential meds are available to the people of Long Island. We always say we pay taxes like everyone too. Madam Speaker, I've always been a person who supported the idea of the Office of the Ombudsman, written about it in the past, and frankly, I do support the establishment of such an office. However, Madam Speaker, we must ensure that in establishing the Office of an Ombudsman, that it is not toothless, and that it is staffed, that it is truly independent. Because, you know, in the Bahamas, one of the things that we suffer from is political intervention. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Ombudsman, which is now a part of legal systems in the United Kingdom, New Zealand, the United States, Canada, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Dominica, Ghana, Libya, various other countries. This has been an established office for quite some time. And I'm glad we're catching up with the way of the world. You know, there's a professor, a UWI professor by the name of Albert Field, and his seminal works, Commonwealth Caribbean Public Law, in that he talks about this important auxiliary as a backup to the constitutional protection of the fundamental rights of citizens of a state. These days, Madam Speaker, we note that the average Bahamian does not have access to justice or simply cannot afford lengthy litigation. So what we do have...
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Tall Pines.
I was sitting when the member for Long Island made some references as it relates to the Ministry of Health. I want to assure the residents of Long Island that sometimes the Ministry of Health, when medicines are forwarded, there could be delays in shipment. And I heard his cry, and I want to assure the residents of Long Island that they are not being neglected. Now, no other clinic coming to the Bahamas. He also made reference as it relates to COVID-19 and the fact that people are leaving Long Island. I'm not sure if I really listened to it, but also I want to let him know that at our clinics throughout the archipelago, there's a mask mandate, which means our healthcare professionals and clients, when they come to our clinics and hospitals, must have masks. The reason why that's important is because we have a shortage of medical staff, and we know COVID has never left the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. It's here. It's something to live with, and we have a strong surveillance unit that is on the ground in all of our family islands and in New Providence, where we are constantly monitoring cases as it relates to COVID, particularly those who are symptomatic and those who are unvaccinated. I want residents to know that as it relates to vaccination, our centers are open. We encourage individuals who have not been vaccinated to access our vaccines, because we understand those who are vaccinated and who become symptomatic are less likely to shed the virus versus those who are unvaccinated and symptomatic. And this was a similar matter that happened in Inagua the other day. I've already clarified it with a press release to the media this morning as it relates to it. And so there's a lot of clarity as we move on as it relates to COVID-19. But I do not want it to go on record that as if there is an epidemic in Long Island as a result of COVID cases. COVID is in the Bahamas. That's a fact. It's everywhere. It's in every country. But the World Health Organization and the Pan American Health Organization made it very it is not of an epidemic proportion, and we are monitoring these things very closely with our National Reference Lab and the gene sequencing capabilities to know exactly which strain, how much of the strain, and look at influenza A, B, and RSV virus, which is also prominent. So not everyone who have a cough and cold has COVID. We have a very high incidence of influenza A and B. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his response. However, I never said there's an epidemic, nor did I say that anyone at the clinics weren't wearing masks. What I said was that there's an uptick in persons on the island either having a bug or COVID-19. And there are persons who are coming to the island through Nassau, leaving Long Island because there's not adequate medicine in the clinics. Diabetes meds, high blood pressure meds, various other meds, and I encourage you to liaise with the staff on the ground in Long Island to see what is happening there on a day-to-day basis. Persons are going to the clinic, they cannot access medicine, okay? There's a need for the clinic to be properly, both of the clinics, the main clinics, to be properly stocked with medicine. I also, you mentioned a surveillance unit. I'm unaware of a surveillance unit being in Long Island, okay? That is not, I'm unaware of that. I'll yield.
We have a surveillance unit that is in Bahamas, Providence, and the surveillance unit responsibility is to all our family islands. And so there is a key personnel on the island who correspond with our surveillance unit. Every incident that takes place in the clinic as it relates to infectious disease has to be reported and it has to be monitored. So there is a system in place. There may not be a specific unit, but the system is actually in place to monitor infectious diseases throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas at our clinics, in the community, as well as any resort or any of our ports of entry. It is.
I'm happy to hear the system is in place, and so now I would invite this unit, Tall Pines, to come down to Long Island to see what the situation is on the ground, because there are complaints and concerns about this food bug as well as COVID on the ground, all right? And I'm serious about ensuring that the health and welfare of my people are preserved, my constituents are preserved, and that is looked after. And of course, the medicine, which I hope that you would assist in addressing. I will speak to you again. I will send you a letter, reference the ambulance, and accepting the ambulance. That is something that is of great importance to my people on the island.
We have been in discussions with the donors. I wouldn't call them names. And we are in the process of accepting that gift. We know exactly where the ambulance came from, and we know the philanthropic group who are responsible for the ambulance. And so the PHA, Philanthropic Board, as well as myself, are in communication with the donor of that ambulance to accept the gift. But you don't just drop the ambulance at the clinic and we accept it. It has to go through a philanthropic arm of the PHA.
I appreciate that. Back and forth this for quite some time. And you know, when your people need something, the only way sometimes is to move in a way that can be appreciated, where we deliver it to you. This ambulance has been on the ground now for some time, and we have been servicing the ambulance and ensuring that the ambulance is maintained. And so I'd be appreciative of a timeline on when this ambulance would be accepted for the use of the people of Long Island. Madam Speaker, I note, Madam Speaker, I need another 2 minutes to finish, please. With respect to the Ombudsman and the Office of the Ombudsman, I believe that the implementation of this office should be a part, or I believe that one day maybe we should move when we do a constitutional reform to include this office in the Constitution. I believe such an office assists with protecting Bahamians. It assists with protecting persons from victimization. And I encourage that this office is not only independent in name, but also independent in practice, in that it has its own budget, and that this budget is subject to increases dependent on inflation and yearly assessments, that it doesn't have to go to the Treasury or some other entity to request funding that is fully staffed with well-qualified personnel, that it meets the state, which is serving the interest of the Bahamian public. In Jamaica, they have 3 such offices, where you have a utilities ombudsman who deals with such as intervening in disputes relating to companies, excessive utility bills, incorrect billing, defective meters, disconnections, the unavailability of services, inadequate supervision, illegal phone calls, etc. Political ombudsman in Jamaica, this individual deals with all political matters, and you have a parliamentary ombudsman who deals with matters concerning government and statutory agencies. And so, Madam Speaker, I support the bill and the move to implement this office. I believe that an ombudsman would address injustices sustained as a result of a fault, whether in administration, to bias, neglect, delay, arbitrariness, discrimination, incompetence, turpitude, and that this person would be able to investigate or look into local authorities, look into the public service, look into local government as prescribed by Parliament, inclusive of anyone who holds public office. And so, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I rest, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini. The chair recognizes the honourable member in Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of the constituency of St. Barnabas. Grateful to Almighty God for giving me the honor and the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to stand here on my feet today in this honorable place. And as I always say, to wake up in the greatest country in the world, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Despite our challenges, Madam Speaker, before I get to this bill in its substance, Madam Speaker, as I stand here this evening, like so many others, I will do my best to speak as dispassionately, Madam Speaker, about a number of issues. And I trust that the sincerity of which is the source of my comments is seen, Madam Speaker, in how I deliver them. And I believe fundamentally that is all important because the Bahamian people are watching, and obviously they make judgments of what we say and how we say it on a daily basis, Madam Speaker. But I do feel this is particularly important, Madam Speaker, because of this issue of crime, this issue that has plagued many administrations in terms of the need to come up with comprehensive plans and policies, not only as it relates to enforcement, Madam Speaker, where even in public dialogue, in some places, the focus has been, and though understandable, that the enforcement aspect is a very important aspect. But I do feel that for some time now, we have not sufficiently litigated this discussion on the crime issue, particularly as it relates to the preventative issues and fundamental issues, social issues, educational issues, national security issues, immigration issues, and otherwise that would influence or should influence our discussion about crime and its impact and its origins, Madam Speaker. And yes, Madam Speaker, the fact is that crime is often seen through, like many other things, unfortunately, through a political lens. Because the reality of it is such a complex and multifaceted issue that affects the Bahamian way of life, and everything that embodies being a Bahamian is impacted by it, the hopes and dreams of the Bahamian people. That young man, young woman who has dreams of going off to pursue a college education and develop a life for themselves as they become adults. Visitors to our shores, the economics of the country. And so this is a moment for us, as the member for East Grand Bahama said, it is truly a moment for us, Madam Speaker. And it is not a political issue, Madam Speaker. It is not. But the reality of it is that the discussion comes at the cross-section, understandably so, Madam Speaker, national politics. Why? Because, like any other issue in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, this body in here, both government and opposition, bears the responsibility of the expectations of the Bahamian people on bringing some resolution to the crime issue in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And that responsibility from opposition and government, though it is a dual responsibility and the responsibility of other stakeholders and citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the reality of it is that while we can be unified on the fact that we have a crime problem, unified in the belief that we need policies, programs, and projects and legislation to deal with this issue, the truth is government has its role, the opposition has its role, that should be naturally expected from the Bahamian people, the citizens have its role, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, civic organizations, churches, other faith-based organizations, everybody has a role to play. The leader of the opposition, leading this caucus, has a duty to the Bahamian people, as we all do. He has a duty to the Bahamian people to elevate their concerns, to elevate the cries of the Bahamian people, and to ask and to plead on behalf of the Bahamian people where it is understandable and justifiable for the government to act in a way that the Bahamian people expect the government to act. Does it negate any responsibility that we have as an opposition, members of parliament, or citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas? Absolutely not. Now, to continue with my quest to ensure, as best as I can, that the Bahamian people see the sincerity of my words, I think it's important for me to say this. Over the many decades, the use of this issue as a political issue or in a political way, everyone has been guilty of that. So let's put that on the side, Madam Speaker. Sometimes in an unintentional way, I might say. I do think when it's said by some of the that all the opposition is doing, that statement, in my view, is placed. Because the truth is, from the very first time, if I could use that phrase, in this particular parliamentary session, the issues of crime, the member for Marco City, myself, and all the other members have said that crime is not a political issue, and that while you cannot blame government, you cannot blame the government for a murder or somebody being robbed, there's an understandable expectation that the government must have a real and strong response to these issues. Why? Because they are the government of the day that controls many of the resources that's needed and the ability, Madam Speaker, very importantly, to bring all of the stakeholders together, just as they would in their executive team, and they speak to the Minister of National Security, and they would speak to the Minister of Education to ask, what are your people seeing? How can we impact this problem through the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Social Services, the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Health? And then once you step back and broaden that, it is the government's responsibility to say, okay, everyone, in a real strategic and substantive way, this is how we are going about to deal with the issue of crime, inclusive of all of the stakeholders who are involved. On that note, Madam Speaker, we support the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force and their efforts, and would they go out every day to secure this country and protect the lives of the Bahamian people. I think it's not an exaggeration to say that we all know or have a family member who either is on the police force or who've retired. I've had two, grandfather and uncle on the police force. I was this close to being a police officer. And so the point that I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that we know the great work and the sacrifices, Madam Speaker, that's made by the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. This is not just their problem or their issue while they're on the front line. And in many respects, commissioners of police including the present commissioner, have asked for assistance in terms of legislation and changes that need to be made and criminal justice reform. They've asked this body over the decades to do some things. So, Madam Speaker, we have to do some things, Madam Speaker. We have to. Madam Speaker, you know, one time ago, I'm old enough, still young, but old enough to remember, and obviously our country is changing. And before you heard about some of these incidents that you hear today, you would hear about those things happening in the night. Those days are gone. You would never hear about something happening on Bay Street. That happened a couple years ago. One of the murders the other day happened on Lewis Street, steps away from the barracks. The other murder happened on Kwaku Street, steps away from the police station. Madam Speaker, in many ways, Madam Speaker, we should be ashamed. And I don't say it in any malicious way. The point is that some of these issues have been plaguing us for too long. Yes, it involves some candor and some straight talk, and some honest talk. Not only for us as politicians, but, I mean, parents. Parents. The other day, we had a wonderful conversation about thinking about ON. And though they were humorous in many ways, there was a profound point made relative to the experiences that many of us would have had. For example, one time ago, if your teacher disciplined you and you talk about you going home to your parents to complain, man, your parents would ask you if you're crazy. They would ask you if you're crazy. Those things are changing. And I'm not talking about where to ask teachers about legitimate concerns about their children. I'm not talking about those situations. I'm talking about just the fundamental issue of being disciplined, as all of us have been, whether in public or private schools, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government has a responsibility to lead. Just how the government will stand up, or members would stand up, about progress made that they feel on any issue, progress made by any implementation, progress made relative to the strengthening of institutions. They should brag about it. They should, because we are here to make the Bahamian people's lives better. And as a part of accounting of what we do, yes, we should say, since we've been in government, this has been done. Since we've been in government, this is the progress made on these issues. So no different, Madam Speaker. It's a very challenging exercise for any government. So we get the political trepidation with it now, the political concern. That's the political concern. But it's definitely not. You can't worry about the political concern. At the end of the day, it is a complex issue that we all and that the government must lead on. There are many non-governmental organizations, associations, groups, who are doing things, very important work in our community. And we know them, and we applaud them wherever the government can assist in resources. That is done, and they need more help. But what we need more than anything, Madam Speaker, is to prevent the silos, because a lot of groups are doing their best operating in silos. We need one body to bring everybody together. Those who are doing work over there, and those who are doing work over there, and those who are doing work over there, and bring everybody together so it can connect. That's all we are saying that leadership of government, leadership in government, needs to do. That's what we do. Yes, and it's our job to also offer suggestions to be tweaked. No one has, monopoly on ideas. We've offered. We even haven't said that these are absolutely the best recommendations, but we intend to, the leader of the opposition has consistently said, we intend to be a part of the discussion, Madam Speaker. 17 murders, Madam Speaker. 17 murders. The question we have to ask ourselves, Madam Speaker, as we sit here and assemble here tonight, the question we have to ask ourselves very deeply is this. How do we ensure that the young man or young woman who left primary school earlier today, if we see some deviant behavior, and not all deviant behavior leads to criminal behavior. Because I think at some point we all were could probably be categorized as, doing some deviant things, because you go through the development as children. But the question is, that young man or young woman who's having an issue in primary school, how do we now assess that, see that, and stop that from getting to a young man or young woman with that mindset into high school now? And how do we stop that from getting you out of high school? And yet, that young woman who now in his or her adult life gets into a criminal life, but the seeds of a criminal mind or embracing criminal behavior, maybe early on, sadly, something beyond their control, because obviously at a young age, you're impressionable and so forth. That's the point. How do we develop a system to stop that young person, that child, from working their way, unfortunately, into a life that leads either to them being the suspect or, sadly so, them being the victim? That's the question for all of us, in my view, that we have to do. How do we stop that? And how do we create a system that along the way there are checks and balances? Because, Madam Speaker, if we don't, the Royal Bahamas Police Force has one of the greatest, I'm sure the minister, the minister would agree, has one of the greatest action rates. So, sorry? Sorry? Clear up rates. Okay, so you enforce it and you clear up, right? There wouldn't be a prison big enough in the next 20, 30 years. We will be building a new prison every 30 years if we keep this up. To make us feel good, we have to focus on more preventative things, Madam Speaker. And it is not one answer, Madam Speaker. It's small, what may seem small, it's big, it's granted, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I played basketball from, I must be 7 years old. And I thank God for that, Madam Speaker. Not only the fact that it gave me a college education and a scholarship, which was great for my parents' pockets, but from I was in what they call super mini, playing basketball on the Blue Hills complex. That provided an outlet for me, Madam Speaker, provided an outlet for me. First of all, to channel my aggression and my competitiveness, and my discipline. But also it allowed me to be, Madam Speaker, around other mentors, other teachers, who even when, Madam Speaker, and this is an important aspect of this, Madam Speaker, who even in their capacity, if they saw me going astray, they had the ability to say, Shannon, let me talk to you. And it wasn't a basketball conversation. It was an issue about a young man does not think this way. A young man does not operate this way, Madam Speaker. So even with that right there, Madam Speaker, right? That isn't anything heavy with legislation. What that is about socializing, and what really boils down to a community experience, Madam Speaker. A community experience. Madam Speaker, I've shared a story over the last few weeks relating to this same discussion with crime, Madam Speaker. But just again, emphasizing the importance of things we may take for granted. During my time in university playing college basketball, during the Thanksgiving break, I would go with my teammates, because I wouldn't come back home. I would come back home during the Christmas and the summer. But the Thanksgiving break, I went with one of my teammates who was from Jamaica, New York. 3 o'clock in the morning, he woke me up, Madam Speaker. He said, Shannon, Don, get up, man. He said, we're going to play ball. Now, of course, when you're playing ball, you always, but for me, I didn't know about playing ball 3 o'clock in the morning. So we went to a YMCA at 3 a.m. in the morning, and it was regulated. There were persons there running the YMCA, young people, older people. And I asked him, I said, hey man, this is like this every morning? And he said, yeah. He said, you know something, because if they aren't in here, they would be out there on the blocks. Stuff like Midnight League, where the league literally starts at midnight to get people off the streets. Again, that by itself is not a panacea for all of our issues. The point is like Mama them would always say, so we need to, as they say, bend the tree while it's young, not to suggesting that we aren't doing that in certain regards, but we have to do more of that because, again, we will only be building bigger prisons, Madam Speaker, and outside of service to country, we'll be needing more officers, more police cars, draining the resources. Let's see if we could put some of those resources in preventative policies and projects and programs, Madam Speaker. But we need government to bring everybody together and create a system, if you will, that allows for that young man or that young woman to have an experience in the first 20 years of their life that has them with a commitment to country, embrace discipline, embrace their man or their womanhood. All of these things, Madam Speaker, because the reality of it is we are reaching a point where it is too late. There is, I think it's going around social media, right? And every country is different, so I'm always careful, me personally, when people say, we need to be like Singapore, and we need to be like, we need to be like the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, what we can be. We can always learn from other countries. So there's this article going around on social media that I think it's the Netherlands closing prisons, right? They're closing prisons, right? And that's not a fantasy, right? Now they've been able to. This is not Netherlands. This is not Netherlands. The point I'm making is that at a minimum, what I'm saying, Madam Speaker. At a minimum, what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, I'm not suggesting, all I'm saying to you, Madam Speaker, is that the ability for us as a people, government, opposition, the population of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the ability for us, Madam Speaker, to be able to bring the change. We hear all the time in here, Madam Speaker, all the time, and understandably, about the transformation done under this policy and that policy, whether it's the F&M in government or the PLP in government. PLP talks about certain institutions. My point is that we have the capacity in this country, Madam Speaker, by virtue of our history and what we've done as a collective. Forget the labels for a second. As a people, whether when we on that side or they on that side, as an example. And then outside of here, we are a great people, continue to do great things. There is nothing that the Bahamian people once they're focused on getting it done, there's nothing that they cannot achieve. This is something that we can do, Madam Speaker, and we owe it, Madam Speaker, to the next generations of Bahamians to make sure that we get it done. It involves everybody holding themselves into account. The government made promises during their campaign relative to crime. And they should have made those promises relative to crime. Because the Bahamian people, expected the government, they campaigned, they expected the government to fulfill campaign promises. And so the leader of the opposition is making sure that we are doing our duty on behalf of the Bahamian people, not only in here, but out there, Madam Speaker, And if the statement that the opposition is just playing politics wasn't politics, what could be said is, you know something, You all have made some good contributions. The opposition has made some good contributions. We feel that, some of them we can, strengthen, elaborate, but again, that's what the discussion needs to be, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, Madam Speaker, and I went a little long on crime because it is something that, as anybody would expect, Madam Speaker, it's a major, major issue for us, Madam Speaker. I've got a number of concerns from reservists, member from town, a number of reservists who have called to express that they received promotions 2 years ago, but they've not received the monies, number of them. Right. Well, just bringing it to your attention. What's that, yes?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Part of the police budget that was shifted to the Ministry of National Security for some bizarre reason is the capital budget. That does not go to pay anyone's salaries or emoluments. The persons would be well placed to raise the issue with the Royal Bahamas Police Force pay. The arrangements are to give the Commissioner of Police full independence. Their HR process in the Royal Bahamas Police Force HR office.
Yeah, but Madam Speaker, all due respect, and I thank the member for. The member is the Minister of National Security. These are police reservists. So who better than to advocate and to agitate that this solution is reached other than the honourable member?
Suggestion that was put in the document that they gave us on the 27th of March was to stay out of operational matters of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. Yeah. The Police Service Act says that that is the job solely of the Commissioner of Police. As we have said, I don't intend to interfere with the day-to-day operation of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, as 2 ministers of the previous administration did. The matters that fall for our consideration at the ministry are solely, Madam Speaker, forwarding matters with regard retirements, pensions, and gratuities to the Ministry of the Public Service, and dealing with capital procurements for the police. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot have the Commissioner of Police solely charged with the administration of the police force and advocate interference by a minister of the central government.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, the member for Freetown uses the word interference. Isn't this an issue of agents, officers who fall under his remit?
They don't.
They're officers of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, right? In the whole operations, aren't they a part of the national security apparatus of the Bahamas?
Madam Speaker, St. Barnabas is the shadow Minister of National Security. He ought to know the Minister of National Security has no part in the administration of it. And so, to be clear, they are not under the remit of the Ministry of National Security. I would advise, Madam Speaker, that they read the Police Service Act. The Minister of National Security plays no part in the promotion of contracted officers, gazetted officers, or the appointment of any policeman. Unfortunately or fortunately, the Police Service Act vests that authority in the Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioner of Police. You really can't have it both ways.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, well, with all due respect to the member for Freetown, reservists of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, reservists, have explained and expressed that many of them have been promoted within the last 2 years and they have not received their monies. And the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of National Security is saying, don't come his way? Come on, Madam Speaker, come on now. Come on now. That can't possibly register right with those reservists.
Not under his remit.
No,
That's what you said, they're not under your
they're
remit.
not.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I am flabbergasted, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure many of those reserve police officers,
Which cabinet ministers remit they under?
that the Minister of National Security is saying that reserve police officers do not come under his remit, Madam Speaker. That's mind-boggling. Madam Speaker, yeah, that's fine. Madam Speaker, on this particular bill, it has been said throughout the debate, the importance of this bill to transparency, Madam Speaker, and the need to provide relief to the Bahamian people. And this was something that was put forward in 2017. A number of my colleagues on this side have offered suggestions and concerns, Madam Speaker, relative to some parts of the bill. Madam Speaker, may I have one last? Thank you very much. Right. Madam Speaker, the part of the bill that talks about the committee that is put together to appoint Madam Speaker. It has been expressed, and we are concerned that when it comes to removing that particular person, Madam Speaker, that it seems as though that the Prime Minister himself has more power that's needed, Madam Speaker, and we wish for the government to look at that portion and the possibility of amending that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and St. Barnabas does support this bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As the chair recognizes
If I
the
may,
Honourable Member for Freetown.
this is the body that makes law. If I can check who made this, I do believe it was made in 2009. I do believe that was under a F&M administration. You were in government 2009, didn't I? Yeah. And so, Madam Speaker, it amazes me that as legislators, I'm trying to assist them because they seem flabbergasted by provisions of Section 9 of the Police Service Act that says the Commissioner of... The Commissioner shall have the command, superintendence, direction, and control of the police. It provides any number of provisions, and to seek to interfere with the Commissioner's control of a disciplined force is an amazing thing that has caused two of their ministers to come in for condemnation, and we do not intend to repeat it. The helpful part to a policeman is if you have a complaint with the Commissioner, you do not come and ask some politician to seek to override any power that is given to him. And I would finally, Madam Speaker, commend to their good reading the decisions of the Chief Magistrate of this country, the then Chief Magistrate, and the Court of Appeal. And that speaks for itself.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank
the
you,
chair
Madam
recognizes
Speaker.
the Honourable
Madam
Member for
Speaker.
St. Barnabas.
We are not talking about, Madam Speaker, 2 days. We ain't talking about 2 months. The reserve police officers, the reservists, are saying 2 years. 2 years, Madam Speaker. 2 years they ain't been paid. And the member for Freetown, I hear what he is saying about the legal interpretation on which he stands. And the member for Freetown who is the Minister of National Security, on behalf of those officers, on behalf of the officers that we need in this crime fight, for example, that not even look into the matter, that it got to work its way through. Obviously, something is wrong if police officers haven't been paid in 2 days, not 2 months. Madam Speaker.
In the evening, and I don't want to belabor this, but when I say you're insulting to people, you're insulting to people.
You insulted officers.
What is said is that you have a commissioner of police, you have a deputy commissioner of police, you have assistant commissioner of police in charge of these matters, you have a pay office, and that somehow a politician who is given no power by any provision could go into the pay office of the police force that is presided over statutorily, constitutionally. And I know they don't respect the Constitution, but I do. And if the Constitution says this is a matter for the police, the persons who have come to me, I have helped them. I've told them that if you say they haven't paid you and they continue not to pay you, you ought to seek an action against them. And the curious about it, Madam Speaker, is guess what an ombudsman can do? An ombudsman can look at that, and that would not be improper. I repeat, Madam Speaker, I can't the same reason the court says the current chairman of the FNM ought not to have been fooling with the police. And the previous Minister of National Security ought not to have been fooling with the police. And this minister will not meddle with them as Dr. Jane Sands did and my predecessor did.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Last. We have to move on.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's all right. I'm making the point for the police reservists that have been calling me. All right? I'm making the point for the police reservists. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. We're not talking about the member for Freetown to ensure promotions and so forth for officers and how the whole human resources. We're talking about persons who are under his remit, who have not been paid for 2 years, Madam Speaker. 2 years. It's no different, Madam Speaker, in my view. Somebody in this House of Assembly that has not been paid. You can follow up on that for them. You ain't gonna say go to the cabinet office to find out what the deal is with your pay.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Engliston.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of Engliston to speak to the legislation that we debate this morning and this afternoon. But before I do so, I wanted to speak about a luncheon that was held this afternoon at the National Training Agency, where the Ministry of Education honored, recognized, and expressed gratitude to a number of honorees. And this is the booklet that we have here, but I just want to name some of the great participants in the educational sector over the years who've contributed so much to the growth and development and advancement of education and the success of young people in this country. We have Deborah Pearce, Saritha Clark, Annette Farquharson, who retired as a district superintendent, came up through the ranks, Hilda Johnson, Patricia Gale Duncombe, Mrs. Bertie Duncombe, Karen Young, Mr. Keith Saunders, Annette Barry, Evelyn Sawyer, who oversaw the examinations division for many, many years, all the BGCSEs, BJC, GLAD exams. This lady brought leadership to that whole process, and she is now retired. Sharon Poitier, who rose to Deputy Director of Education, and recently retired. Francis Cooper, who worked in the scholarships division and then came over to the ministry. Mrs. Joan Gray, who was an educator, a fantastic principal at C.C. Sweeting, and who we lost through death about a year and a half ago. And she was also honored posthumously. And finally, Marcia Roberts, who also became a district superintendent. These are educators and support staff who have participated in the whole regime of education and have contributed so greatly. I rise to support the Ombudsman bill, and I think it's important to articulate it because we've heard a lot of talk. And I'm sure the Bahamian people have concerns about crime. There's no two ways about it. But they also want to know what we're doing in here in terms of legislation. And I think that we should be respectful to the population who have concerns about what it is we're doing here, what laws we're passing, what you're doing. And so this bill is the and I support it. And I want to say that this is actually, and it may be, when you look back 20 years from now, deemed, underdeveloped, a little imperfect, whatever the story is, this is groundbreaking. This provides a forum for individuals, ordinary people and citizens to be able to go to this office and be able to lodge complaints about, they say maladministration or violation of their constitutional rights. Many probably otherwise not be able to access any redress. Many people are caught up in a sort of spiral of, I guess, paralysis, where they confront issues in the course of their everyday lives. They don't have the money necessarily to go to court, to hire lawyers, etc. But this provides an opportunity, and this is in some ways a watchdog for governmental or the authority entities. So this is a very, very important piece of legislation. It's an important innovation in our social and economic life. It allows for people to be able to litigate, if I use that word, their concerns. And I just want to go through a little bit through the bill. I know we've done it, but there's been so much, I don't know what to call it, layers of different dialogue that the public who are listening, Madam Speaker, may have lost sight of. Just quickly, the Ombudsman is a person who's appointed in a bipartisan way. So the Prime Minister, you have the Leader of the Opposition, and then you have the Chamber of Commerce and a number of other bodies. So that person is, in theory, and based on the makeup of how he or she is appointed, it is done in a bipartisan way. Secondly, the Ombudsman is a lawyer. And someone who, at Clause 2, is someone who is envisioned to be, who could be a Supreme Court judge. So you're not just dealing with someone who's going to sit there and hear your talks. You're dealing with someone who is able to analyze the issues and to be able to make determinations. And let me see here. Trying to find it, but the legislation speaks that the person is someone who could be a Supreme Court justice. We talk about someone along those lines. And then the functions of this person who is appointed in a bipartisan way, who has firm grounding in the law, and who is easily accessible to any person out there once they fall within the remit of this legislation. The functions of the Ombudsman is set out in Clause 7, and it's to inquire and investigate any administrative action by an authority for the purpose of deciding whether there is evidence of maladministration or breach of fundamental rights and freedoms, and also to make recommendations to promote public awareness of fundamental rights, to consult, engage, and cooperate with civil society, religious, ethnic, minority organizations, and academic institutions, in conjunction with the Attorney General, to monitor and promote compliance with international and domestic human rights law, et cetera, et cetera. So it has a whole range of functions. And it's not simply adjudication. also promotion, liaison, protection, and so it's a very broad-based presence that this person will have in our national life. The way in which complaints are made, so the public can understand what is going to happen here, and I look quickly at Clause 9, a complaint to the Ombudsman about any administrative action of an authority, A, may be made by the person aggrieved or other person authorized by him in writing to act on his behalf, his agent, his or her agent. It may be made electronically or in writing, and shall be made within 1 year. So there's a limitation on when you can bring these complaints, 1 year. One year after the date the complainant first had notice of the administrative action. So now there are some restrictions to the jurisdiction, and Clause 10 sets out those restrictions. And it says that the Ombudsman shall not investigate any administrative action which is described in the second schedule. And just give you an idea of what's the type of matters that are in the second schedule. Any matter, action which relates to or affects national security, or orders or direction for the Defense Force, or members thereof, or any proceedings under the Defense Act. And then it goes through a long list of items that are also covered in this, which is set out in the schedule. But it gives you, the point I'm making is that there are restrictions to the jurisdiction of the Ombudsman. And and then Clause 10 speaks as to the further restrictions. So there are restrictions, but, and then it also provides, and this is an interesting clause, for mediation. It's really the way a lot of legal matters are going now, where the Ombudsman can determine a complaint by mediation if he's of the opinion, having regard to all the circumstances of the case, that mediation is suitable. So sometimes he will divest or distance himself from the jurisdiction and put in place a mediation which will allow parties face-to-face to arrive at amicable solution. And then it speaks about where, if that does not work within 60 days, and it will be terminated, and then it goes to the next phase. Now, so this is a very important piece of legislation. It's something that's been talked about a long time by many governments, and it's like you put it in your manifesto or your political platform, you know you ain't gonna do it, and you don't do it. But unlike what we've seen in the past, this was something that we committed to, and we are now about to pass this into law. And this will provide a new pathway for Bahamians who feel aggrieved by actions of the authority, and the definition of authority is in Section 3. It speaks to a public entity, a government business enterprise, local government, any company registered under the Companies Act being a company in which the government or an agency of government holds not less than 49% of the ordinary shares. That's like a BTC. And any other body which is established by act of Parliament or whose revenue are wholly or partially derived from public resources, as the term is defined in the Public Finance Management Act. So this is what is happening today, and this is indeed a paradigm shift in governance. And it will be interesting to see how this now, I guess, plays out in the public domain. But this is a very important piece of legislation, and it was, as I've indicated, being promised by many long before we came here, and it never delivered. The other issue, there's been a lot of talk about the crime issue. I talk about that a lot. I have spoken about it a lot, particularly when the other side brings commentary. Certainly, I think we can start with the premise that we are all distressed at what we are seeing in this country in the levels of violence. And what we've seen recently has been what I would call a terrible pace recently. But the truth is, and this is where I sort of differ in how this is being viewed, and I think the member for Golden Isles touched on it. This has been a phenomenon in our social life for more than a decade. We've been seeing this. And I don't, it's like when you have a cancer and you don't treat it, and you see it growing, but if you think if it's a tumor and it doesn't look like it's big, but it ain't growing like that, then you feel you could get away with not perhaps without treating it. This has been in the making in this country for a long time. I just saw an article here. This was done in 2019, and it says the Bahamas murder rate, 2019, we were not the government, they were the government. The Bahamas murder rate is the 6th highest in the Americas. And this was in July 2019, and this was according to, trying to find the body, United Nations body, and Honduras, El Salvador, and Venezuela had the highest murder rates in the region. And the Americas are comprised of 27 countries. So out of 27 countries, we were number 6. So this is in 2019 now, so we cannot be surprised that we have been coexisting with a state of affairs. And a lot of people have died. A lot of people have died. Now we see an escalation, but even with the escalation, I looked and I saw that in, let's say, 2020, trying to find that, in 2020, when we had lockdowns, okay, you couldn't come out your house. We had in that year, the Prime Minister was shopping. You mean the member for Kalani? No, okay, I thought you meant in 2019 because, and in 2020, because the Prime Minister then was Kalani. In 2020, oh boy, I didn't write the number. The last thing I saw, there were 73 killings, but it was more than that, and we were locked down. So, and these people during the day, to be honest with you, because everybody was locked down. And then in 2019, I saw that they said there was a 5% increase in murders in 2019. Okay, in 2021, they had murders in 5 days. That would have been in January of 2021. So I say all that to say, and it's not pointing a finger, but let's get real about what we are seeing happening in our country. This is not new. This has been with us for a while. I think the difference this time, though, is that, and the Prime Minister spoke to it, the difference this time is that, as he said, this crime is not just a legal issue. The police cars, I mean, we've heard a lot about that, and a lot of that is happening. But the police are on the front line of some things that is a boiling pot that we all, as a social whole, contribute to in some shape or form. But what is different this time? As the Prime Minister indicated, he laid this thing. He said it's called a whole of government and whole of society approach. And this is now, and he has prevention, and then he has policing and prosecution. Okay? Well, they have. The Minister of National Security is here. This particular approach looks at the root causes of crime. And I have not heard that in all the years that I've been in here. Not in a real way to say, we got to get to the root of what is happening. I hear what everyone's saying, but you got to do in the schools, you got to do in the schools, you got to do in the schools. Yes, we do in the schools. The school's doing a lot more things than they should be doing because they're not someone's home. They're not rearing children, they're educating them, but we can do what we have to do. We are going to do what we got to do on the school campus. But we have to, the issue that we face right now is bigger than a simple solution that you just say, you know, fix it, fix it, fix it. This has been long and coming, and it's being sustained. This ain't like this. It's being sustained. Sustained. Every year, country, high numbers of homicide, young men. But what we've seen since January has been an escalation. But we've also seen similar spurts in other years, not like this. This is higher. This has been more aggressive. And that might be with my cancer analogy, where you don't treat it, then the next thing you know, it affects the entire body. And this is what we are facing. But I appreciate this approach, because this approach looks at the broader way, a whole of government and whole of society approach. But on the issue of prevention, it's a number of initiatives which the Ministry of Education is preoccupied with. One is improving school attendance. We've hired about 20 school attendance monitors. They dispatch on the streets. Many of them work from urban renewal centers. And recently, we created a hotline. And the hotline's number, so people can know, is 42-CHILD, 422-4453. And I was just looking at our officer to find out from him, what kind of reports are we getting? And what he's saying is that anonymous callers constitute about 60% of the calls, and it's confidential anyhow, but however anyone is comfortable with. Almost equal numbers of males and females are being referred. And then they go into the reasons that vary. So we've been making an extraordinary effort to get children and young people in school. And then the SROs, the police presence on the campus, these are specially trained police officers. And they will be receiving even more training, so they can be certified in certain areas, like anger management. They do that now. But we want them to be trained and certified in a more formal way. And I thank the Minister of National Security, because he has allowed us to be a unit. We now have a unit of school policing. It's in one of our accommodations. It's led by a superintendent, I think, or it's Miller from the Grove. Anyway, it has high-ranking officers. Assistant Commissioner oversees the entire process. That unit is assisting in ensuring safety to and school, safety on campus, attendance, where you see children about during school hours. The is now going to new levels, because what we are doing now, we want to track children who are at risk and create interventions. So their police officers, what role they are performing right now is a paradigm of policing that we probably have not seen in a very long time. Speaking about the paradigm policing and community policing, one of the issues that we have to also take responsibility for, and we don't know what the future would have held, but we know that in the first version of urban renewal in the city administration, 2002-07, it was extremely effective. It was almost miraculous. And in Engliston, there was no crime. And in fact, it was so effective that urban renewal, the one in Engliston and elsewhere, won international awards for policing, for community policing. And you saw the impact of policing, of crime, because of the work that urban renewal was doing. We lost the elections, and they stopped it. They just stopped it. I mean, you know, they had a very good reason, you know. But this is, and where we are now, we have very tough things happening in these communities. And you had trust being built up. You had relationships that were being restored. You had relationships with the church. It was amazing. Honestly, it was amazing. But now in the past, the chicks have come home to roost. We say that we'll expand the Helping Young People Excel program, and that's a program the Minister of National Security has personally, through his ministerial work, closely involved in. We're expanding the Smart Start program, which is to capture young people who dropped out and have no qualifications, so we want to get them into a bridging program. And then this is something that I'm very excited about, and launching a hub for vocational studies, a new hub for high school students. We are, very soon, you will be able to see, and we're hoping that as early as September, I'm praying, we can be able to roll this out. This is a polytechnic for high school students to do technical and vocational training and to come to various senior high schools and to go to this space and to get specialized training. And everyone on the campus is specializing in technical and vocational training and motivated by it and hopefully excelling. And something that's coming very soon, and this will provide alternatives. What we're finding is that a lot of young people, well, I'll put it this way. The educational system has been pushing children through the system. It's called social promotion. And what you end up with, potentially, is that someone in grade 12 can't read. I've seen it. I have seen grade 12 students who could hardly read or can't read. And those who, or barely read, not strongly literate or functionally literate. So we have made a determination, that's why we say every child counts. Children with special needs, children who need interventions. We are seeking, and I'm praying it's possible. We are seeking to bring an individualized eye to every child in the system. I know a lot of them myself now, a lot of them, because I've been monitoring their progress and the things that impact their performance. So this is another thing, because what we find is that children who are not literate or who are having challenges in the classroom or who might have a learning disability and has not been diagnosed, many of them have a tendency to be disruptive because they're sitting in the classroom and they don't know what's going on. And it's not a good feeling. And so we are seeking to work with young people wherever they are, we work with them to help them capture where they should be. And then it speaks about BTVI, which is under redevelopment, and I did a tour of BTVI about a month ago, and honestly, I was surprised. The work they're doing there is amazing, amazing, and I told the Prime Minister he needs to come me and see what BTVI is doing. And they just entered an MOU with one of the government ministries in some particular area, because they bring the expertise. So this is what we are seeking to do. The other thing is we are collecting data. So whatever we're doing, we're measuring and monitoring and testing. So we got back from the University of the Bahamas the research that we had commissioned, I talked about in here a lot, which looked at the factors that influence learning outcomes of Bahamian children. It's a very good piece. And it is guiding now the technical team at the Ministry of Education on how we should address the issues that affect the learning patterns of young people. That is why in grades 1, 2, and 3, for the first term, we stopped everything, and we've done pure literacy and numeracy in that first term. And in the second term, in the mornings, they do literacy and numeracy, and then in the afternoons, they do the more diverse stuff. But we have brought a singular focus on literacy and numeracy, because the Bahamian child, we want them to excel beyond our imagination, but at least they got to be able to read and write. And so we have been very intentional. I heard someone use the word, but intentional. We've been very intentional in the last couple of years. And the other thing we've looked at is the psychosocial condition of our young people. A lot of children, I just got some information, a survey on children who have been suspended from school. And they found that in many of the cases, these children have depression, the ones who have been suspended for disruptions. They have depression. Many of them, once they have grief. And some have themselves been victims of violence of some shape or form. And so we are now looking, so this is another thing where we're looking to see how the social and psychological state of our student population impacts their ability to progress and excel and not become antisocial or engage in behaviors which are undesirable. And that could be directed at themselves or at other people. And so I think the point I'm trying to make, and I'm trying to do as delicately as possible, what we're seeing in the student population is a lot of complex manifestations, of what children are experiencing in the community, in homes. It's just a reality. But we have determined that we're going to do all that we can to ensure that these children fare well. And then, of course, you know, I think the member for Marcus City talked about the getting students to be in different things and, you know, different clubs and boys' brigades and all that. Last week, we had a meeting by Zoom and in person with all of the NGOs that are involved in the various activities of the various activities, you know, after school stuff. You know, we hired a chess consultant, and she was down in Old Bikehead Island. She said the children are brilliant, and she's now going to move through the island. She's going to do the Battle of the Islands in chess. But we are seeking to engage all stakeholders, and we have our own too, to ensure that we can provide alternative activities for young people. And so on the community, I think the community service that was also touched on by the member, there's not aware of high school diploma. Community service is being in there from that time. Well, you said that they should do it, and they're doing it. But what we are doing now is a shift, because we are creating the community service. We're not saying that you can go out to this place and go to the civic organization or whatever. We are structuring community service so that at the end of it, you will understand citizenship, you will understand responsibility, and you will have a level of discipline. And so that is underway. We are now reviewing the community service now so that every child will be subject to this. And this is part of the high school graduation criteria. So I will just end the way I started. We support this legislation. We think it's very, very important to, you know, it's a new paradigm, and will create a sort of liberated path for a lot of ordinary people in this country. On the issue of crime, I just want to say we have had numbers, high levels, stuck for a long time. And unfortunately, what we've seen since January 1st has caused us to understand that the tumor is growing. Tumor been there for a little while. And so we must appreciate that, and from this understanding, see what it is we can do. But it's a lot of these issues, we have to go to the root of the issues. And I think that is what is important about this plan, because it looks to the root, which includes the work the Ministry of Education does. We take it seriously. We are intentional. We will fight for every child in this country. And so, and we will play our part in the bigger picture of prevention. But we need the help of parents. And I just want to say we created a parent unit to encourage parents to participate more fully in the education of their children and in any other activities. There's a lot going on. I didn't go through all of it today. But I only want to intimate that we will do all that we can, and we understand that crime is not a one-dimensional issue, and that there are many factors which lead to these behaviors. And secondly, let's not pretend we're brand new. This has been with us for a while, and I'm happy that this plan suggests that we are going for the first time to look at it in a holistic way. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. Thank you. As the chairman recognizes the honourable for Monday.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Almighty God for this opportunity to once again be in the House representing the residents of Marco City and by extension, throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I was grateful for an opportunity this morning to talk extensively about some of the recommendations that the Free National Movement have offered directly to the government, others through various conferences where we took the time to itemize recommendations. We will, Madam Speaker, in short order, release a comprehensive document addressing the issue of crime in general, but in particular, we will focus on the issue of violent crimes. And just as we are doing right now, our members in an apolitical way in Yellow Elder today, just as we're doing on the airways, just as we have done in making presentations to various groups, inclusive of the Bahamas Christian Council and others, we will continue. The Free National Movement will have a number of anti-crime initiatives throughout the Bahamas in concert with various stakeholders. Madam Speaker, I'd hope the Prime Minister would be in the House at the moment. I would seek to rearrange some of my comments to give him an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to withdraw an untruth that he put on the record, Madam Speaker. I believe, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister has violated my privilege. Madam Speaker, in the rules of procedure of the Honourable Assembly of the Bahamas, item 37, article 37(1), any member may rise at any time to speak on a matter of contempt or breach of privilege. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, in his earlier presentation, made the point that I was speaking on a matter, and I brought the transcript of my comments, that I was speaking on a matter with respect to comments carried in the Tribune on the front page, Madam Speaker, on January 15th, under the heading, Police Question Suspect in F&M Johnson's Assault, Madam Speaker. And the Prime Minister sought again, Madam Speaker, to deflect from his failings to be the coordinator of stakeholders to address this long-standing problem, but one that requires the government of the day to show focused leadership in coming up with a comprehensive strategy and moving on that strategy, managing that strategy in course to deal with crime in general and violent crimes in particular, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I know that the Prime Minister has violated my privilege, and so let me dispense first of all with the matter needed, Madam Speaker. The Free National Movement crafted the Ombudsman bill and work, Madam Speaker, so this is not a new bill, by the way. It was crafted. Certainly successive administrations have contributed to it. We are happy that it's now presented to the House. We support this bill, Madam Speaker, because we believe that it's the right to have their interests and issues addressed, Madam Speaker. And there have been too many occasions where Bahamians feel as if they are not getting a fair shake, their rights are not being respected. And so any additional measure that would enable citizens to have their needs met, we support. My colleagues have ably pointed out the second that we have particular concerns over, Madam Speaker, and we have collectively agreed in that regard. And so we support the Ombudsman bill, but Madam Speaker, to be true, the track record of this administration strongly suggests this Prime Minister and his team will treat this bill in the same way they have treated the Freedom of Information Act, Madam Speaker, where they fail to implement the full Freedom of Information Act, not because of any legitimate impediments, but because they are not committed to accountability and transparency. Madam Speaker, we are not confident they are going to implement this fully and bring it into force, Madam Speaker, because we have a procurement bill that was passed under us, again a new version passed under this administration, and to date they are not committed, Madam Speaker, the requirements of the Procurement Act. They're not committed to accountability and transparency, nor are they to the Financial Management Act or the Road Traffic Act for that matter, Madam Speaker. They are not committed to accountability and transparency, but they are committed, Madam Speaker, to deflection, smoke, and mirrors, which is why they conveniently, Madam Speaker, float information on their opponents right about the time when their backs against the wall and they're short on answers to critical questions and issues that affect the lives of Bahamians. It is the same old playbook. And what they expect with the bullying tactic is that we would retreat, Madam Speaker. We will not, Madam Speaker. And so I ask the Prime Minister at this time if he is prepared to retract his statement that I'm likely to be a person of interest, Madam Speaker, and if he's not, then I will proceed with my remarks. Are you prepared to retract that statement? It's a question, if you're not, you're not. Are you prepared to retract the statement?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island Rum.
My statement was a considered statement. And unless you have something to offer that will deter me from that view, I have nothing to say, because what my statement that you are or might be a person of interest I said was tied to the public utterances of the complainant. So that for what he had to say, right, you may be a person of interest. Withdraw from that. But if you think there's something that I do not know, if you have something to say that to counter that, then fine.
Let me share something with you, sir. Let me share a few things with you, because I believe in multiple matters you are a person of interest. You are a person of interest. In fact, my name was never called. And let me say, the leadership, in fact, took out a police action so that we could investigate any claims that have been falsely made against the leadership. However, my name was never called except by the Prime Minister. So you are seeking to scare me, and you violated my privilege. You have put a lie, you have attempted to put a lie on me. That's what you have done. So it's your lie. So it is your lie. It is your, it's nobody else. It's nobody else's lie, but your lie. That's what it is. No. Because it's never been done, right? So let me then address where you are a person of interest.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island Rum, Kingston, Salvador.
Now, let's go down this line of person of interest. Now, do you want me to tell you what you may be interested in, may be investigated? Do you want me to tell you? Or you can tell me, no? You can tell me. Yeah, tell me.
Members?
No, I can tell you.
Members. That what you said is your creation. It's your
It was not my creation.
It's your creation.
The complainant spoke about you.
It's your creation.
He spoke about you.
It's your creation.
Spoke about you. And the police is investigating it. And the police perhaps will be talking to you.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking, if in the absence of him being able to lay the document, can he withdraw his statement? In the absence of him laying the document, can he withdraw his statement?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island Rum, Kingston,
I never referred to any document. What I referred to is public utterances by the complainant. Right? Right? From that, I glean, and it's my view, in my opinion, right? If the police is investigating those complaints, then he is likely to be a person of interest. Now, those are circumstances. Now, if I'm a person...
Let him lay it.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, the member, Madam Speaker,
Members,
You mind yours. You mind your mouth.
Members,
Madam Speaker,
there's a member on the floor.
Madam Speaker, the member for Marco City
Still have the tapes.
referred to Rule 37.
No.
Madam Speaker,
Honorable member. Members,
Madam Speaker,
allow the member to please speak.
Madam Speaker, the member for Marco City made an allegation of breach of his privilege. The provision of Rule 37(3), if he is serious about the matter being investigated, requires that it be referred to the Committee of Privilege and Procedure, when the complainant can be called to speak directly to what his complaint is, and any complaint he has can be investigated. So if he is serious about it, Madam Speaker, I would invite you to refer his complaint to the Committee of Privilege and Procedure.
Also in 37(1). About the referral of the matter.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to borrow, since no request was placed on Prime Minister to withdraw or for him to lay the utterances he referred to, which I contend is a complete untruth, because I believe he is fully aware that no member of the leadership is a person of interest in that matter. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to adopt the terminology used by the Prime Minister, and I bought his information. Madam Speaker, the F&M leadership did not, the F&M leadership, Madam Speaker, did not engage in what I wanted for the record in any of the things the Prime Minister sought to suggest. But, Madam Speaker, let me lay some things out, since we are talking about a likely person of interest. I believe, Madam Speaker, that the member who came up with these ridiculous assertions is likely to be, his words, as he attempted to smear me and damage my reputation for political purposes, he's likely to be a member, a person, Madam Speaker, of interest when it comes to the Bermuda matter, Madam Speaker. Someone who presided over the removal of public funds in order to use for private political purposes, Madam Speaker. He is likely to be, I think it's called misappropriation, a person of interest, Madam Speaker. When he's talking about person of interest, that member, Madam Speaker, should also think in terms, Madam Speaker, about having been written for as the leader of the country, the leader of government, about a senior public servant who wrote on a minister at immigration who they firmly believe was in violation of the law and other regulations, and he was made aware of the complaint, and yet the Prime Minister did not protect the whistleblower who a short time thereafter, Madam Speaker, resigned, Madam Speaker, and a senior, the second in charge, Madam Speaker, was placed on administrative leave by that minister and abetted by this Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, if you want to talk about a person, you want to talk about a person of interest? The person of interest, Madam Speaker, the same Prime Minister pursues a prosecution of a member of the Free National Movement. Speaker, we haven't found anybody guilty or innocent of any charges that have come. But here's a Prime Minister who took that on as a personal assignment. I believe court transcripts indicated that essentially, Madam Speaker, a report, Madam Speaker, was turned over to the Minister and the Prime Minister, and then charges resulted. But in the very same corporation, Madam Speaker, other matters arose that were similar to the matters that this member has pursued. And yet this member, Madam Speaker, decided that he would not pursue any investigation, Madam Speaker. And we brought all of the articles, and I'm prepared to lay each of them, where this member, on similar matters, refused to act in order to protect the resources of the community, to determine whether or not there was malfeasance, Madam Speaker. There were enough issues for him to file someone, but there wasn't enough issues, Madam Speaker, for this member to continue an investigation. So he wishes to talk about a person of interest. There's a lot of interest in his style and nature of governance. As in my view, Madam Speaker, we've said over and over, this administration are serial law breakers when it comes to the very regulations that they require members of the public to follow. So there's one rule that they want the public to follow, but they themselves are not prepared to govern rules, Madam Speaker. He's a likely person of interest. Again, Madam Speaker, with respect to the Housing Act, the same Prime Minister who got up to defend, Madam Speaker, a minister who entered into a loan agreement that they know she did not have the authority, only the Minister of Finance the ability to enter into, yet he sought to cover that member. He did it again, Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Transport. And Madam Speaker, I wouldn't delve deeply into that matter because that matter is now before the courts. But what we do know is that this Prime Minister, he is habitual. He has a tendency to continue, Madam Speaker, to defend wrong behavior. And no less than one permanent secretary, multiple senior civil servants, Madam Speaker, one permanent secretary, other directors have sought to get this Prime Minister's attention so that he would carry out his fiduciary duty, that he would oversee the ministries properly, that's under his remit, and ensure that his ministers follow the law. But even when they break the law, they are brazen true, Madam Speaker, brazen true. Those particular allegations that are raised against them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our concern, certainly my concern with respect to the Ombudsman, I'm not confident that this Prime Minister has an appetite to put it into force. My concern, Madam Speaker, is that this Prime Minister would do whatever is required to ensure that somebody who is partial to him ends up as an appointee. But we're happy that we have multiple persons who would weigh in on this issue. And I certainly will be one of them who will fight vigorously, Madam Speaker, to make sure, because he has a tradition, Madam Speaker, of appointing campaign buddies. Madam Speaker, I'll come to that in just. The Ombudsman bill requires someone who is impartial, who will not be, Madam Speaker, will not be under the influence or the thumb of a Prime Minister who loves to direct everything, Madam Speaker, every organ of government, Madam Speaker. He wishes to influence, Madam Speaker, what happens in the legislature. He wishes to influence, Madam Speaker, and thank God we have strong men and women who have resisted them in the past in the judiciary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, he seeks to set up a situation, Madam Speaker, where anyone who decides to challenge them, they would seek to sully. Ask the immigration officers, who only sought to do their job, only to be victimized by every website that they are responsible for, Madam Speaker. They're not committed to the
The chair recognizes
provision.
the honourable member for Yamacraw.
The good member, I can't even indicate how many times he has violated Rule 17. There's some long, it ain't even that. It's just wrong, Madam Speaker. The point of order is number 17, open your book, right? The improper motives and imputations that are being that rant that is being carried on there has nothing to do with the bill or anything. It's just a continuation of an attack. And it should be with cease immediately. And I ask the Speaker to please intervene and invoke Rule number 17, please, Madam Speaker, because the member is clearly out of control. I'm giving him a chance to catch himself. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That's okay. Yeah, you're the last to talk. Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
House continues to sit be on 7 p.m.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House will please be on to 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I made a statement earlier this morning, Madam Speaker, and it is a statement, Madam Speaker, that I will stand by. Under this administration, many members of this public believe that there are elements in the Bahamas police force that have been weaponized, particularly against the political opponents of the Progressive Liberal Party. Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Ramkins, and Salvador.
The leader of the opposition has continually the envelope. I dare say he has crossed the line. Do not judge me as you are.
Yes.
I am not Michael Pintard, nor am I tainted or contaminated by the blood that runs through the veins of F&Ms. When you talk about weaponizing the police force, you sat in the cabinet that saw the executive remove senior police officers to enable them to weaponize, the force, to what? To deal with the opposition, bringing bogus charges, which were in fact said to be bogus charges by the courts. You all did it. You all did it. No. Yeah, no. It is a new. This is a new day. It is a new day. This new day.
Do better.
And so do not paint me. Do not paint me with the brush that you all are.
Go ahead.
Right. Two of your ministers were judicially condemned for interference. Right? That's a fact, a finding of the court. Yours is nothing but a figment of your own imagination. Figment of your own imagination. Please stop insulting.
Withdraw the nonsense.
Stop
Put on the record.
insulting.
I'll continue. A statement made before the Prime Minister went into antiquity, ancient history. There's the government, the last Free National Movement government, the Bahamian people made a determination. The new leadership, the new team, we're here. What we are litigating is your behavior. Oh, and we accept full responsibility. But you are in now, and you are not doing any better, my brother. Any better. In fact, I just read into the record a statement made by one of your members, that when they finished the report, which they initiate, or that they didn't initiate, that particular audit report went to the minister with responsibility for works and to the Prime Minister, and charges flowed out of it. You seem to have the power to say what will be investigated and not investigated, and that's rather strange for somebody who don't interfere in policing matters. However, the media covers your statements quite accurately. You seem to have that power to influence these matters. And so when we say weaponize, we are saying that we expect law enforcement, who we support, have supported, will continue to support, but that will not silence us about actions that should not be taken, and it will not silence us for calling for actions that should be taken. And so what we are saying, there is an uneven way in terms of how investigations are being pursued. There is simply a tremendous amount of aggression when pursuing members on the opposite side.
Madam Speaker, isn't the same kind of due care and attention when an officer claimed to have been hit by a minister. There was conflicting statements by the CEO of the country and the CEO of the police force, Madam Speaker. So there doesn't seem to be equity in the manner in which the government deals with all of its citizens. That is the point that I'm making, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cat Island, Rumkins and Salvador.
I mean, you need to stabilize yourself. You're all over the place. And a barrage of insults is not going to make you a barrage of insults, right? And
Police
where
insulted. They don't seem to understand.
where are the facts that I contradicted the Commissioner of Police in respect to any matter? Where did I contradict him? Right? In what fact? Right? Madam Speaker, the member, I know he's having his challenges, and you know, I was thinking sort of somehow for him, but he's crossed the line, and I think I just leave him across that line, and he should stay there.
Thank you, honourable member. Madam Speaker, what we call for is equity in the way in which organs of the government proceed in the execution of their duties, whether it is a minister, a member of parliament, or any officer of the government is accused of anything, and as well as when they approach members of the opposition or persons who have served in the past administration, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, there are members of the public who clearly know that with this administration, there is one rule for them under the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, and there's a different rule for others, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
By whom?
Madam Speaker.
Rule by whom?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
You say a different rule?
No, I said there's one rule for the Progressive Liberal Party, and there's a different rule for others, particularly those in opposition, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, when referring to someone who's allegedly his campaign friend, who I certainly did not object to his appointment. I expressed my reservations to the Prime Minister. I wouldn't go into those details unless we must. At the time of the appointment of the commissioner, what the concerns were, but nevertheless, the Prime Minister wanted to make sure he had the various tools required, Madam Speaker, in order to fight crime. The opposition has consistently cooperated with this Prime Minister on things that we thought might be helpful to the development of this country. So for them to give the impression that we have not been cooperative, Madam Speaker, that we have not been measured for many months in our critique of their position or offering recommendation, it is patently false, Madam Speaker. And the Prime Minister then comes into the House seeking to castigate me and to, Madam Speaker, raise the point that I called the Commissioner of Police a liar. Madam Speaker, I brought the transcript, which I'm happy to share, of the remarks that I made. Now, that's something on his mind, that's his business. But you can't put words in my mouth. And what I say, Madam Speaker, is that we have been to the Royal Bahamas police force. And Madam Speaker, what we expect is that when there are scurrilous attacks on members of the opposition floating around the internet with the emblem of the police on it, we expect at a minimum for the police to ask for a cease and desist of those kinds of scurrilous attacks moving throughout the internet with the images of various members of the Free National Movement, Madam Speaker. And what I have not heard, Madam Speaker, is any of them confirming that it is that the statements associated with the images are theirs, nor have I heard them repudiate anyone who is violating the law by using the image of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Madam Speaker, to launch scurrilous attacks on leadership members of the opposition, Madam Speaker. So the Prime Minister can come here And he can attempt, Madam Speaker, to fabricate a situation to give the impression that we are not prepared to work with the police force. We are. We've said over and over how we appreciate the sacrifice, but Madam Speaker, it would be a dereliction of duty not to raise concerns about those things that are not right in the way duties are being discharged, or failure to act when we believe the public has to believe that all of us have a fair chance. And when a prime minister gets up in the House of Assembly and talk about likely to be a person of interest, Madam Speaker, that is scurrilous. Madam Speaker, nothing I have said goes beyond the pale of that. And he's not qualified, Madam Speaker, to do that, not him. Not him, Madam Speaker. I would have to live a lot more years to reach his antecedents. I would have to live a lot more years to hear the public utterances that he has experienced, Madam Speaker. I'd have to live a lot more years. Madam Speaker,
Honorable member, I've sat here and I've listened to what I've listened. And you're standing on page 32, Rule 37, 1. And you started out by reading, any member that rise at any time to speak on a matter of contempt or privilege said that your privilege was breached, which has suddenly arisen and requires the immediate intervention of the House. We are at this point. And it goes on to say, he shall move that a contempt or breach of privilege has been committed. We are at that point. And that the matter be referred to the Committee of Privilege and Procedure. I am referring now that your matter be referred to the Privilege and Procedure, because the now, I mean, what we are doing in here now is nothing short of criminal to each other. And so I will go back to page 28, since we're standing on rules. And it says, and it gives imputations of improper motives and personal reflection on members, which was done by both entities, shall be dealt with by the chair under the rules relating to order in the House and in committee. I am bringing order to this House. And I'm also standing on Rule 60, that says members cannot use offensive, abusive, or insulting words about either House of Parliament or any member thereof. I'm standing on that rule. And I'm also standing on Rule 18, which says, when an offensive or abusive or insulting words are used by a member of the House or in committee, they shall be expunged from the record of the proceedings on the order of the Speaker or Chairman. I am standing on that rule. I cannot allow this back and forth. We're talking about crime. This is criminal. We're supposed to be talking about ombudsman, but we are other criminals. There are young people watching. The world is watching us call each other criminals in this place. Well, I've listened, and I am now standing on my rules. I know my rules, and I'm to you back and forth, and I will not allow it. And I'm asking those words, all of those accusations, because we will now refer them by my privilege to the Committee of Privilege to make a decision on this end, and will refer back to this House, and that they will determine who gives an apology or not. So I cannot allow this charade to go on any further. Now, if we're going to debate, let's debate. But let's stop and let's cease and desist what I see going on in here. Because if that is the case, then let's bring up the cuffs and leave out. I see some criminal acts that was sent that's being accused here. Don't do that. We were elected by people that are depending on us. And let me tell you, I was on the ground last night, and let me tell you something. The one thing people did not say to me, really, although it is a big factor in this country, was crime. I have people who said to me, Madam Speaker, I cannot feed my family. My light off. Rent. I can't do so many things. I am sick, I can't buy medication. It's an issue. We have many social issues in this country that are great. And I'm sure all of us, I am a victim of crime. My father was shot in his business place. Innocent. My uncle was killed on past Christmas. His life was taken. So all of us know what it is. But what I will not do is allow you, men and women who have been elected by citizens of this country, to bring a difference for them, to act criminal in here today. Speaking and going to sleep. She listening. I have respect for both sides. Don't do this to each other. Don't do this to us. Because if the 39 of us come together and bring some level of change to this country, then we need to start writing resignations and allowing somebody else to come sit in this place to bring change for the people of this country. We're talking about crime. Crime has affected so many of us. In my constituency last night, that young man walked up casually. That was my constituency. You think I don't feel that? I feel that. And let me tell you something. I have worked for 31 years of my life with the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. And I will not sit here and allow anybody to demoralize them. I've seen what they go through. Some of them say they don't even have toilet tissue in those places. They've gone through much. And I work, and I can call his name, with Clayton Fernando. He was a junior officer. I watched that man pull up in his yard and was shot, could have been killed, lost almost the use of one of his hands, his limb. And we in here calling him all kind of criminal names. Well, look here. I standing up for him today. Don't do that to him. He's a decent human being who has paid the cost with almost his life for this country. So stop.
Who called him a criminal name?
And I'm saying, I'm telling you what my perception is. I didn't say you. I just making a statement now. So we're going to stop this. We are men, honorable in the front of our names, men and women. And here, we wouldn't have to pull out the guns and shoot at one another. Huh? Let's stop it. Let's get through our debates. The people of this country deserve us to act on their behalf. Let's act on their behalf. Now, we have some personal issues that you placed on the floor. That's why the committee is. Let's let the committee deal with it. Okay? That is that. Continue, Honourable Member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, I sat patiently this morning. Didn't murmur a word while I was being assaulted.
I just dealt with that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, so it could be clear. I don't want people who just tune in to get the impression.
Well,
I
just clear it up.
Okay.
And this will play back tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that.
Defend our reputation. We will defend our reputation so that we are able, when we seek to do the work in this country, for Bahamians to respect what we have to say. And so I would not sit by today or any other day and let anyone, Prime Minister or not, put something on me that is not suited for me. I will not do it under any circumstances. And so I've asked that matters be withdrawn. They were not withdrawn, and I said what I said, and I stand by them.
Did you listen to me? And I
Yes.
stood on a rule
Yes.
to have it expunged. Did you listen?
To have what expunged?
I
What did you have expunged? Both
I said
remarks?
the
Both
words-
both
I said
remarks?
the remarks said in this. Members, did you all not hear me?
Is that this morning? This morning on this, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, are you referring to remarks made this
By
morning?
everybody.
So both
I said
presentations.
everybody.
Both presentations.
I said everybody.
Okay. So, Madam Speaker, I would be interested, Mr. Clerk, to see what remarks live on both sides, please. I'd be very much interested in that, whether both remarks have been removed. Let me say then, Madam Speaker, as I use my remaining time, all of us have been hurt. All of us have been victimized by crime one way or another. We have made a commitment and overtures to this administration to work in tandem with them. In the absence of them, we are on the ground working in the various communities that we represent. Tonight, we are in Mount Moriah on Yellow Elder Park, where I grew up, talking to young people, talking to residents. Others have joined, and I understand even one of your members have joined, Madam Speaker, so that we can have a collaborative effort. But what we should not do, is give the impression that the Free National Movement is not prepared to work in tandem with the government, when this administration, Madam Speaker, this administration is the billboard administration. I want to remind the public that this administration placed billboards up, Madam Speaker, highlighting murders that, Madam Speaker, that was seen around the world, Madam Speaker. Right? This is the same administration. It's the same Prime Minister who said when we accuse them of the reputation of the country, this is the same Prime Minister who say, you know, he's pretty much telling the truth. Do you want us to hide the truth? Or should we face it and address it? So when we challenge him now to face this monumental assignment given to him and to be focused long enough to address it in an effective way, all of a sudden, we are not committed to bipartisan cooperation. You can't have it. He's no more special than anybody else. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. But the truth is, we didn't put up any billboards. We've not behaved in that disgusting way, putting those signs up. I heard a comment was during one of the past PLP administrations, but I looked at an article here that talked about 600 that was held under, I believe, that period that the member was in fact referring to, Madam Speaker. And I'm prepared to lay the article from the Tribune with respect to that particular reference, Madam Speaker. So again, Madam Speaker, whether under us or under the Progressive Liberal Party, far too many Bahamians have died, and we have to find a way to construct a common strategy that we are prepared to work on. But not in the midst of constructing that strategy, you seek to sully and damage someone else, expect them to tuck their tail between their legs and come and say, yes, now let's work together. No, it does not work that way, Madam Speaker. If we are serious about constructive engagement, then let's engage. But if you wish to spew allegations that I believe you know not to be correct, then, Madam Speaker, as I did, I will to respond, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to lay the article where the F&M blasts claims of PLP winning against crime. Madam Speaker, I then wish to lay the Tribune article. Madam Speaker, if these things don't settle the fact that all of us have some challenges grappling with this issue and we should find creative ways with other partners, then nothing else will. But I think for the record, since some members like to get amnesia about what happened on their watch as well, I wish to lay these, Madam Speaker, these articles for everybody to look at, Madam Speaker. I close, Madam Speaker, by simply saying this. We have already offered the government to work with them. We're going to continue to work directly with the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. Continue to hold meetings within various constituencies. Work with faith-based organizations, Madam Speaker. Continue as we are right now, going to multiple schools and speaking to students that they could choose a different pathway, Madam Speaker. Students aren't slow. They know, they understand what is happening in the House of Assembly, and they'll decide in a few years what they believe. But we go into schools, Madam Speaker, to help address this issue on the preventative side, Madam Speaker. We did a walkabout, Madam Speaker, in Yellow Elder. People have shared information that they have passed on to a variety of persons who should be in a position to arrest some issues, to deal with some issues. And for years, they have submitted the information, Madam Speaker, and there have been multiple bodies that fell because some of the very people they have identified have never, ever faced justice, Madam Speaker. Yes, that is a collective responsibility. The community has a role to play, not to invite heat to their premises, not to contribute to cloaking relatives, but the gatekeepers also have a responsibility, Madam Speaker, to be responsive to what our young people say. And I'm not talking about law enforcement. I said before, policy makers also know. We love to say, when somebody dies, they are known by the police. Well, they're also known by policy makers. A number of them, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, are holders of contracts. They are known to members of Parliament, Madam Speaker. They are known. So I'm saying, Madam Speaker, under all administrations, lay all them documents. Under all administrations, Madam Speaker, we know persons are engaged in the informal sector, and we have a responsibility, Madam Speaker, to come together and strategize on how to pull them from the informal sector into legitimacy so that, Madam Speaker, they can straighten up their life and do the correct thing, Madam Speaker. That's what we ought to do, Madam Speaker. And so the Free National Movement supports the Ombudsman bill, but we also support the rights, Madam Speaker, to put on the public record the fact that this government has an opportunity for genuine collaboration, have decided they are not about that business. What they're about is deflecting, about smoke and mirrors, labeling and pursuing the opposition versus the law of the country equally among Bahamians from every walk of life and every political color, Madam Speaker. With those words, Marco City rests.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, it is that we ended in this matter, in this manner.
Madam Speaker, just as a point of order, I got the impression that Freetown was intending to close.
Yes.
He moved, Madam Speaker, and under the rules,
you have an
the person that moves has 1 hour, and everybody else contributing to the motion has 30 minutes. All other persons. It doesn't mean that one person who moves becomes another person 30 minutes at the end. His time contributing to this debate is over. If he wants to move it to committee, then that's fine. That's in the rules. That's in that is in the rules. You all have been in here for centuries. Rule 46, unless otherwise provided by these rules, a member who moves a motion may speak for not more than 1 hour, and all other persons, all of the members who speak on the motion shall not speak for more than 30 minutes. He spoke to his maximum period of 1 hour already on this motion, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I did offer them a free resource online, searchable. I'd suggest he search it. I'm not moving this now, Madam Speaker. I'm closing the debate. And so I will be subject to the time limit of closing. Madam Speaker.
Not in the English rules, it's in the Bahamian rules.
Madam Speaker.
You like English when you won't be English.
Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, what we're seeing, and maybe it may not be unrelated, but I mentioned it earlier, this desire for retaliation. That's driving, if we accept the statistics of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, 60 to 70% of these very same murders that we all spoke about here. And to hear an honorable member saying he feels he needs to retaliate is not encouraging for the national psyche. Angliston spoke it very well. It's like a cancer, and the cancer is a frame of mind. A cancer is a frame of mind that says that a young man who bears the name of somebody could get so angry with him that he could stab him multiple times without making any assumptions as to what happened between the two. The fact that somebody cannot say, and this is really conflict resolution and anger management. And you know, we all talk about the Bible. We talk about, when they talk about capital punishment, and eye for an eye. If you go to, I believe it's Matthew 5, Jesus, the Christ himself says, it has been said an eye for an eye, but I say, Madam Speaker, that this concept that you have to retaliate is driving the murder in this country. This concept that you have to be angry and vent is driving murder in this country. It has to stop. And earlier today, I quoted somebody who I didn't listen to a lot, Michael Jackson. He says, let's start with us. So let us stop feeling the need to retaliate. Let us stop feeling the need. Let us concentrate on what there is to concentrate on. Marco City says he is not satisfied that we're committed to this bill and that we won't be committed to this law. Well, the curious thing is, earlier he said, we didn't draft it by ourselves, and he's correct. So we are the administration who passed something that nobody before us passed. So as Anglicans said, we could have fumbled and bumbled around like everyone else, but we passed it.
Yes, yes, law.
All of these things we passed. And I continue to say, Madam Speaker, the fact that they make fallacious assertion of law. Somebody asked, why does the Ombudsman have to be a lawyer? They are demonstrating quite clearly why the Ombudsman has to be a lawyer. Experience and ability to be a judge, because you have to understand the law. And if you understood the law, you would not be impressed by a lot of these assertions. You could have the complaint, the Ombudsman would investigate it, and then he would report. Again, the Ombudsman is a person who, although he can vindicate complaints, can also dismiss them. So I hear all of this talk about we are not committed to things that nobody else advanced a conclusion, but we did. And I say, Madam Speaker, it rings hollow. You know, I was reminded of how the opposition started this debate with the, well, started their part of the debate, how their speaker started. And my junior has learned from me, you should speak with precision. And when we're chasing, and he's correct. Let me speak with precision. I'm reminded how Sudan started and how Marcos City closed. A pretense. Sudan's pretended to be on the phone, and Marcos City, I don't know what he was pretending to be, but he was looking in the camera while he's pretending to do it. And that should really stop as well. We have serious business to be done, Madam Speaker. We say that anything they give us, we consider seriously. Hence, they have an invitation extended by the Commissioner of Police. Since they have, and he sent me the letter, so they really should start in serious names. But he sent me the letter. They will find that if they doubt that the Royal Bahamas Defense Force patrols with them, the Commodore could introduce him to those Marines and their warrant officer. They need not go around giving stories to newspapers to come and then table them here. And I will deal with that at some point because I don't know that that is permissible. This thing about adopting what is in effect hearsay, I'm kind of tired of that. So,
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
oh Lord.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Parkville
Madam
City.
Speaker, the member from down knows full well that his side, on more than 100 occasions, have table stories from the media. We are not as abusive as he is in claiming that they went to the media, gave them the story in order for it to be published, even though they've attempted to buy the they've attempted to buy as much public relations talent as they can. So we think it's wrong for him to suggest that, because I think what you're talking about, all laid some documents on the table of the House. All of us have laid articles, every one of us.
I don't believe in an eye for an eye, so I won't be responding, Madam Speaker. The bottom line to this, Madam Speaker, is this. We have said, and we continue to say, we're open to them. They have found, rather than talking about the weaponization of the police, which, although they may think that they're saying something against Cat Islands and Salvador and Rum Key, but they're really insulting the Royal Bahamas Police Force, because they are saying that these men and women are not discharging their duties properly, are putting themselves muffled, and they're saying that about the people who we then advance to the public as the guardian of our rights and freedom. It's wrong. I've made it quite plain when they tried to assert that I should interfere with the Commissioner of Police's involvement with one set of his officers. I didn't want to interrupt them too much, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that if you have a row with the Royal Bahamas Defense Force pay office, for whatever reason they don't agree with you or they don't do it, and you come to the minister, you could only be coming for one thing: to try and get something done that you weren't able to get done in police headquarters. By definition, you will end up interfering with the police, and that's the English say, the thin edge of the wedge. At the end of the day,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Barnabas.
The member for Freetown, during my contribution, when I talked about the reserve police officers who've not been paid in 2 years, many of them have said they have not been paid in 2 years. For the honourable member of Freetown now to say that it's a case of intervention. We're not talking about something where the officers have not been paid for 2 days or 2 months. So they're asking you to help. The officers are asking you to help them. And I don't get, and I'm sure the officers don't get, to dismiss this concern on the grounds of it's not under my remit. It's crazy. The officers have not been paid in 2 years. I mean, why is that flying, all due respect, why is that flying over the minister's head?
Madam Speaker, again, we have the same behavior. Either they are that simple to believe that going to intervention is to say to the Commissioner of Police, you have charge of these people, I'm directing you to pay them. They don't see that as interference. It is then obvious why they didn't see what the current chairman of their party is doing, not any former person, what the current member of their party was found by the Magistrates Court, the Court of Appeal, the Privy Council by rejecting the appeal to have done. The only person off the scene is my predecessor. The bottom line to it, Madam Speaker, is you cannot talk about weaponizing the police without calling them into disrepute. So all of this thing, what the officers who contacted me are concerned about is this is what they're saying we are doing. It's So they may be trying to retaliate against Cat Island, but the person who they actually make an accusation against is the police. Because fundamentally, the police could say, no, I'm not going to do it. But they're suggesting, first, a man thinks in his heart kind of way, that the police are acting improperly. That's the long and short of it. And it's wrong. It's wrong, and they should really do the honorable thing. And if they don't, then they don't. It's as simple as that. But Madam Speaker, there can be...
Chair recognizes the honorable member.
The member for
Barnabas.
Freetown is talking about doing the honorable thing. Doesn't he think the honorable thing is, at a minimum, since he doesn't want to interfere to find out why officers have not been paid, but to simply inquire officers have not been paid? Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I mean, to me it's ridiculous. Officers under his remit.
No. This is how the operation goes. There's an assumption, and then they don't listen. That officers would be told, you ought to go and check with the pay office. And that must be based on something. We know what they will do to the Commissioner of Police if they are ever returned to office. All of this is just eloquently demonstrating it. What this is also demonstrating, Madam Speaker, is that at the end of the day, if all you're concerned about is pretending to be on the phone to make a point, playing to cameras, then that is what you wish to do. For myself, when we're asked why I'm always in front of the cameras, but that's because there are other things to do. There are other things to do when it's being asked, because you have to put in place what is necessary. There's a plan published. Angliston pointed to some parts of it. There can be no excuse now that you don't know the plan. You can govern yourself according to it. Or if you think there's something better, when you publish it, we'll have a look at that too. Because that's what we're about. We're about seriously moving things forward. We're not about changing things simply to change it. So yes, this bill is here because we worked on what was before. But we have done this. And no amount of discipline on the part of anybody will change that we have done this. And so, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people will have more protection, more resources than they had before. And they will have the Davis administration to thank for that. And so, Madam Speaker, with that, I'd move the question. I'd move the question, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been seconded that the following bill be read second time and commit. A bill for an act to provide for the office of Ombudsman. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read a second time.
An act to provide for the office of Ombudsman.
For the second readings? No. Committee of the Whole?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would move that the House dissolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that Section 1, the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that Sections 2 to 29 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that 2 through 29 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 through 29 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the first schedule of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the first schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The first schedule of the bill is agreed.
I move now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the second schedule of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the second schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The second schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the House resume with that the Speaker do take the chair.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Speaker will now take the chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing.
The Ombudsman bill be read for a third time and passed.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to provide for the office of Ombudsman. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to provide for the office of Ombudsman.
Ordered that this bill do not pass and the title thereof declared to be Ombudsman Act 2023. For the third reading and passing of bills?
Third reading, passing.
Honorable member. Order that the clerk to take the bill passed in this honorable house today to the honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back. Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member.
Madam Speaker, just like to lay the two articles that I mentioned.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the documents be brought up. Thank you. Order the documents to lie on the table. For the third reading? Thank you, honorable member. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration amendments, resolutions, member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Engliston.
Madam Speaker, I just want to, on behalf of the people of Engliston, I'll take the liberty of doing it on behalf of all the rest of us to wish the member for Yamakro a very happy birthday.
Oh. Happy birthday, honorable member. Happy birthday.
That's why you want that.
And pretty pocket piece. Oh. No more member statements? The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to formally extend my condolences to the family of the late Raymond Ambrose Mickey Shea. He was a resident of Johnson Road Estates for a great number of years. When I lived there, he was at one end of the road and I was at the other end. In the last few days of his life, he spent time with one of his daughters who had taken him in and cared for him. But he was a well-liked gentleman. He took himself to the great extent out of trouble. And his funeral was on January 13th, this past Saturday. Extend my condolences to him, his friends, and his family. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notice for future meetings.
Notices in the name of the government.
Thank you,
Madam
honorable
Speaker.
member.
I renew all notices in the name of the opposition, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Adjournment.
I move that the House to adjourn on its rising to the 31st of January, Wednesday, the 31st of January at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising on Wednesday, 31st of January, 2024 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn to Wednesday, the 31st of January at 10 a.m.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable member. It is moved and seconded. The House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 31st of January, 2024 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday, January 31st, 2024 at 10 a.m. All rise.